Good morning, Councillor Tang, Councillor Rutherford. Can you just let us know that you're able to join eScribe and are able to get online, okay?
Yep.
Awesome. If you have any
yes.
issues, just message us. We do have OCT here on standby. They're helping to reset things. We are good to go. Can you just let me just make sure Elijah's got what he needs so that everybody's, and Paneet? Yeah, we need 2 more minutes, please. We are good to go, Mayor Sohi.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have walked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, the Korasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. Roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Nag.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
All right. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
I'll move that the October 24th, 25th, 2023 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of item 7.3, opportunities to enhance transit safety and security. 8.7, bylaw 20669, council committees bylaw amendment number 9. 8.8, bylaw 20671, accessibility advisory committee bylaw. 8.9, bylaw 20676, City of Edmonton Youth Council bylaw. Bylaw 8.10, bylaw 20672, Community Services Advisory Board bylaw. 8.11, bylaw 20673, Edmonton Design Committee bylaw. 8.12, bylaw 20674, Edmonton Historical Board bylaw. 8.13, bylaw 20675, Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board bylaw. 8.14, bylaw 20677, Energy Transition Climate Resilience bylaw. 8.15, bylaw 20670, Women's Advisory Voice of Edmonton Committee bylaw. 8.16, bylaw 20570, bylaw to designate the boardwalk as a municipal historic resource, attachment 3. 8.17, bylaw 20571, bylaw to designate the Revlon building as a municipal historic resource, attachment 3. 9.2, council member appointments to civic agencies, which will remain private pursuant to sections 17, 24, and 29. Items 9.4, Federation of Canadian Municipalities update, which will remain private pursuant to sections 21, 24, and 25. And item 9.5, City Auditor Recruitment Update Number 3, which will remain private pursuant to sections 24 and 29 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. That is all.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, please vote.
I am a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the October 3rd, 2023 City Council public hearing, the October 4th, 2023 City Council meeting, and the October 6th, 2023 Special City Council meeting.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Wright. Okay. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. I have one brief but very important protocol item. You know, we've been through 6-day long public hearing on statutory public hearing on the zoning bylaw renewal, and the work we accomplish absolutely would not have been possible without the dedication of the office of the city clerk and everyone that works in that office. 6 days, I think, probably accumulates to probably 50 hours of ongoing continuous support that I required, that council members required in order to go through this process, and the members of the public who signed to speak. In many cases, that must have been their first interaction with city clerk's office and with council. Your professionalism, your courtesy, and the kindness that you brought in interacting with everyone, particularly from the public, we got a lot of good feedback on that. I'm pretty sure you got some good feedback on that too. It really speaks to how dedicated every one of you are, how professional, courteous you are in your work. People come here, make presentations. They are passionate about issues, and sometimes those passions do run high. And in some moments, they did run high during the 6 day as well, right? But the way you handle every situation is commendable. So I want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you on behalf of City Council, on behalf of Edmontonians. Thank you so much for your work. And also thank you so much for making my job easy, guiding me through the very complicated process of managing the speakers and the list of speakers and the questions to speakers, the amendments, the subsequent motions. It would not have been possible. I experienced that that professionalism from all of you. So thank you so much to each and every one of you for doing a phenomenal job of getting us through a very complicated process of 6-day long statutory public hearing. Cool. Okay. Items for discussion. All right, select items for debate. Okay, go ahead, please. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. I would like, I would like to select 7.3, 7.1, and 7.6.
7.1 and 7.6. Okay,
7.3 and 7.6.
so 7.1, 7.3, 7.6. Okay. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'll select 7.4.
7.4.
8.6.
8.6.
And 9.2. I can select,
Just-
sorry,
So sorry, 9.2.
9.2. And I will select 9.1 and 9.3 as well, just as those must be selected.
9193. Okay, Councillor Wright.
If I could select, well, I guess no one else is up there, so 7.5,
7.5, yep.
8.7,
Just 8.7,
yes,
yeah.
8.8,
8.8, yeah.
8.1,
8.1,
sorry, 8.10,
8.10, okay.
8.15,
Okay,
and 9.5, please.
Marcel, if I can
Just hold
ask,
on.
since some of those bylaws were selected, they're all interrelated, if Councillor Wright would mind just selecting all of them from 8.7 down to 8.15, because we can't deal with some of them and not all of them.
Okay, I will select everything from 8.7 to 8.15, thank you.
8.7, 8.8, 8.9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16, right? No, not 16, sorry, not 16, yeah, okay. Okay, Councillor Principe,
Thank you. I would like to select item 7.2.
7.2. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton,
I would like to select 9.4.
9.4, okay. Okay, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, 7.6. 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, 8.9, 8.10, 8.11, 8.12, 8.13, 8.14, 8.15. Then 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, and 9.5. Okay. Can some move the balance, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Wright? Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Request to speak. We usually do not hear from members of public or other representatives at council, and I think we should follow that process. Okay. All right. Then request for time specific on the agenda. Councillor Hamilton, there's one more added.
Request for time specific, I'll move that the following item be dealt with at a specific time on the agenda. Item 9.5, City Auditor Recruitment Update Number 3, dealt with at 3:45 p.m. on Tuesday, October 24th, if selected. And item 9.2, Council Member Appointments to Civic Agencies, be dealt with
Third item.
Third
at
item.
third item of
today.
business today.
Yeah, third item. Yeah. Okay.
Second.
Thank you. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cudmell.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move first reading of 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3, 8.16, and 8.17.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
Did we show the votes? Yep, it carried.
Carried? Okay.
13-0.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of items 8.1, 8.2, 8.4, 8.5, 8.16, and 8.17.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of items 8.1, 8.2, 8.16, and 8.17.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote for consideration.
That's Councilor Rice, isn't it? We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20577, bylaw 20578, bylaw 20595, bylaw 20596, bylaw 20570, and bylaw 20571.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any councillor inquiries? None? Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule reports, none. Unfinished business, none. Public reports. Okay, our first item will be 7.1, followed by 7.2, then followed by 9.2. Okay, on 7.1, is there a presentation or we can go?
Yep, we do. We're just going to.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Yep, we do. Yes. Yes. Okay. So just a friendly reminder for the next 3 items, we do require all 13 members of council to be present. A friendly reminder, this is your organizational meeting. So we'll turn it over to Kristen Stollers to provide some introductory remarks.
Everyone is here now. Yeah, okay, good. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Council. As Aileen mentioned, I'm Kristen Stollars, Director of Governance and Legislative Services, and we have others from the Office of the City Clerk here today on the delegation. We are presenting your 2024 Deputy and Acting Mayor roster for approval. The roster is presented annually at the organizational meeting of Council and provides the Deputy and Acting Mayor roster for the remainder of 2023 and 2024 to the organizational meeting. Bylaw 18155 Council Procedures does require that City Council hold an organizational meeting no later than 14 days after the third Monday in October, and the purpose of this organizational meeting is to approve the Deputy and Acting Mayor list for the upcoming year, the Council and Committee meeting schedule for the upcoming calendar year, appointments of councillors to standing committees when required, which has been dealt with previously, and to deal with any other business included in the agenda of the meeting. The Deputy Mayor, Acting Mayor roster is prepared by assigning each councillor the responsibility for serving in the roles of Deputy Mayor for approximately 30 days and Acting Mayor for another approximately 30 days. Attachment 1 includes options considered in preparing this report. Option 1 is the recommended roster, which assigns Deputy and Acting Mayor roles organized by ward in reverse alphabetical order. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Councillor Rutherford, you selected this. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll move that the deputy and acting mayor terms for October 24th, 2023 to the end of 2024 organizational meeting of council as set out in option 4 of attachment 1 of the October 3rd, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 01984 be approved.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Knack. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just to quickly introduce it, I know that the recommendation from administration was option 1, but that was the same roster that we had last year. And I think it's important that we as councillors get opportunities to be representing during different times of the year to experience different things around the city. So that was really it. And we'd already used the option 2 in our first year, option 1 in our second year. So it was really between option 3 and 4. So it was really arbitrary to me between those two. But that was my rationale for picking a different option than what was recommended.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, just speak to it. Councillor Principe, questions?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
I do have a question. Just wondering if there was a reason why option 1 was selected. Was there anything specific or was it random?
It was in consultation with the mayor's office.
Okay, all right. So, okay, that's tough then, or tougher. Okay, thank you.
Any, Councillor Wright?
In option 2, who is A, right?
That is an error, and I apologize, Councillor Wright. We will make sure to fix that.
Thanks.
Any more questions? Seeing none, now to speak. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, just very briefly to say, Councillor Rutherford actually covered it in her introduction. I think it's a great opportunity to mix up the times of years where we get to be deputy mayor. So appreciate you, the mover, putting this forward, and we'll be supporting this.
Anyone else? Councillor Rutherford to close?
Nothing further.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now, next one is 7-2, 2024 Council and Committee meeting calendar.
And we do have a presentation. We're just waiting for Chris Martin's going to come down. He's going to walk you through
There
a
he
short
is.
presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Don't need the presentation? Did I hear that?
Don't
We're
need-
happy
don't
to
need
take
a presentation?
Oh, hey,
Okay.
Sorry.
Point of order. I just noticed something really weird about the option that we selected for acting and deputy mayors. First of all, it's usually acting, then deputy. And second of all, this means Councillor Principe wouldn't have gotten a deputy mayor role in 2023. Is that correct? So we have
Do we have to go back?
unintentionally sidelined and yeah, I don't think that was the intention.
The intention was to present 4 options.
Yes, so maybe we need to reconsider that and maybe go back, because I think the order is not right, and I think if the organizing principles are correct, every councillor should have
Yes.
a deputy mayor position.
Within 12 months, not within a calendar year.
Yes, but I do not believe Councillor Principe has had a deputy mayor role since 2021.
Yeah, we're showing it in 2022.
What's the date in 2022?
So that's actually presented.
Okay.
Let me just go back to that here. Councillor Principe.
Councillor Principe would have been Deputy Mayor October 17th, 2022 to November 16th, 2022.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right.
And for
So-
2023?
And for 2023, she'd have none. And then for 2020, and then wouldn't have deputy mayor again until sorry, I'm lost in calendars, until the organizational until September 2024.
That's what council just directed, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that so first, the acting mayor, deputy mayor rotation seems to be reversed. Like your deputy mayor and then acting mayor. Historically, there's been acting mayor and then deputy mayor. That's the cycle.
This deputy mayor then acting. Mayor,
No.
deputy mayor, acting.
No, it's acting, because the 2 IC is deputy and 3 IC is acting.
That's correct.
So right now, we have people going 2 IC to 3 IC, not 3 IC to 2 IC.
We're happy to accommodate whichever of the 4 options. Are you saying that what's been presented in option 4 is not correct?
I'm saying it's off, it's not, and forgive me because I was prepared to support option 1. It is contrary to how we have historically assigned the order of the deputy and acting roles.
So I'm getting messages from quite a few councillors. So just for clarity, it goes mayor,
Yeah,
deputy mayor,
Yeah.
then acting mayor.
Yep.
yes.
So I'm struggling I don't understand your question.
So what I'm saying is, historically, it's gone, yes, mayor, deputy mayor, acting mayor. And so the rotation between acting and deputy goes acting mayor, deputy mayor. And the
Okay. So the acting mayor becomes deputy mayor.
acting mayor historically has become deputy mayor.
That's when yeah, but
And then
that's
they-
not the way that option 4 is presented. It's by ward.
This is part of the issue is that it's by ward, but the acting deputy rotation is now deputy acting. So it's.
Yeah,
so-
we can,
okay.
like we've just presented a variety of options. We're happy to make it so that the acting, I love this, the acting mayor, who then becomes the deputy would
Yeah.
then become the acting. We can happy to change that.
Okay, maybe I'll just start with moving to reconsider the acting
Yeah.
deputy rotation so we can work on this
Yeah.
and come back to it.
Second.
Okay. All right, to reconsider the vote. Yeah.
Not getting out of it that easily.
Yeah.
So first of all, happy to reconsider.
This vote to reconsider.
Sure. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. We're back on to 7-1.
Yep.
Okay.
So am I hearing you correctly that you'd like us to create an option 5? I think you should see the list before you approve it. So if you want to give us that direction, why don't you refer it back to admin? We'll go away and create a new attachment. We'll create it and bring it back because I really think you should see what you're
Yeah.
approving before you vote on something that will last you 12 months.
Okay,
So moved.
okay. Need a second?
Are we all clear on what we're doing?
Second.
Creating option 5.
Option 5, which will be, again, to Councillor Rutherford's point, by ward, but we're going to flip the actors.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that and we'll
So
bring it
you'll
back.
do that in a way that acting becomes the deputy, right? Once that 1 month is over?
Well, I can't because it's the ward counselor that's the deputy. I can't make an acting mayor the deputy mayor if that's not their ward. Like the reason that so basically you do this alphabetically. You do this alphabetically, first name, last
Yeah.
name, ward. Makes no difference to us. So is the issue the acting?
Councillor Stevenson?
So I think there's two tensions here. We want to ensure that everyone has a turn within 12 months, but also wanting to change the time of year that we're each in those roles. So I wonder if it's even just taking option 1 and shifting A down to 2, and then Testawinawak comes up to 1. And so it's alphabetical, but on a conveyor belt. So every year, the primary position moves down 1.
Yep, so back to option 1, take option 1.
And then bump Testawinawak, so bump Testawinawak to 2, and Anulnik becomes 1.
Yeah. I'm just, based on the chats, I'm just not sure we're all saying the same thing, so apologies if I'm not being super clear. If you're clear, I'll bring you whatever option you want.
Erin says she's on the list to speak.
Councillor Rutherford?
Hi, yes, sorry, I had signed up to speak. I have no idea what's option 5 is proposed to be or what that would look like. I hear the concern from Councillor Hamilton around the unintended consequences of Councillor Principe. Is the simplest way not to just switch my name with Councillor Principe's name in both the acting and the deputy in option 4? Like, can we not amend option 4 so that Councillor Principe would be deputy? Like, can't we just, is that not a simple swap? And then she's deputy now, essentially. To the clerk? Is that not simpler?
It is, then Testawinawak, then we start alphabetically with Anulnik after Testawinawak, sure. Which is fine, it's just, we just followed the alphabet, and I'm not.
Yeah,
trying to
and I mean, if
overcomplicate.
it's cleaner to have
Yep.
an amendment that says amend the switch between Councillor Principe and Councillor Rutherford, like I think that could be the cleanest and simplest unless, but I'm not understanding the deputy acting concern. So I'm open to that, but just, I was trying to find a simple way forward. So I will,
If
I
I'm-
can't, oh, I guess it was withdrawn. Is there a motion on the floor right now?
It is, your motion is technically still on the floor. It was reconsidered, so, but it's still there. Yep, there's still your motion.
Yeah, so I can't amend my motion, so I'll just put that out there as an option, I guess, as potential, but I don't know what other conversation is happening in chambers, so I'll just leave it there as
If I
something
may,
that,
Councillor Rutherford, apologies for interrupting. This would be an option, so if you were to take, and if I understand correctly, this would address some of the questions that have been raised. If you take option 4, you keep the deputy mayor list the same, so coupled to the deputy mayor ward. You remove the coupling of the acting mayor to ward and just make the acting mayor have the link between acting mayor and deputy mayor. So for example, if I'm looking at option 4 in attachment 1, for the first term, which is October 24 to November 23, it's still deputy mayor Ward and Yernick. It's still deputy mayor Councillor Rutherford, but acting mayor would be Councillor Paquette. And then, and so on and so on. So this only works if you consider the first 3 columns in attachment 4 as linked and the 4th column as a sort of extra column. And thank you to Councillor Cartmel for explaining that.
So
it sounds great. I will leave it to my other colleagues. There's other people on the board, and if they want to move something, I think that sounds like a simple path forward, but I, again, can't amend my own motion, I believe.
Okay, just hold on for a minute. I would like to welcome grade 6 class from Linwood School, and they are here with the teacher Jeff Webster, and your ward is Sippiniwak. Councillor Hamilton is your ward councillor. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you here for, Are you here for just for the morning, or are you here for the whole day? Just for the morning? And are you enjoying yourself? Having fun? Okay, all right. Well, stick around. We'll probably see you in the City Hall room there. Okay, cool. All right. Sorry, Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Okay, so at the beginning, I didn't pay close attention. I think every option and the city administration provided has a reason, and I have no concerns. And then I'm support an option my colleague choose. But after Councillor Hamilton mentioned that, I did do the close looking. I think that issue, yes. And also responded to Councillor Rutherford to just switch Councillor Rutherford and the principal for 2 of them. I don't think from process fairness perspective, this should be option. And if we look at organizational as a whole, and we should choose the option and could be applied to everyone. And also another thing I want to mention is about, I just noticed we do have the winter recess and the summer recess. I don't know for what reason, and then no matter which option since we started, and my deputy mayor role always in the summer recess or winter recess. And then to me, that means I do not have the equitable time as other councillors and to be deputy mayor for the council meetings. To me, this is not a very big issue. I just want to point this out and for the consideration. That's all.
Eileen?
Yep.
Councillor Rice just raised a point about her being, like, her, when she's on the rosters, she usually falls into the into the winter break, right? So which is it's a good point to be raising, but she's okay for now. But yeah.
Not winter, summer. In the past 2 years is the summer recess of 5 weeks.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it. Okay.
So
Good.
in, just sticking with option one, caught up to everybody.
Yeah.
So again, acting mayor, so we stuck with the deputy mayor, matched up with each of your wards, alphabetical, starting with A. And what we would do, as discussed with the acting mayor, is we would just use the deputy mayor to be the acting mayor. So on attachment 4, and we're happy to print this out and update it, it would be, Nurnik would be Councillor Rutherford as the deputy mayor, the acting mayor would be Councillor Paquette, then to go down to Dene, it would be Councillor Paquette, and then it would be Councillor Rice, and then just move all the way down. So there would be a different connection between the deputy mayor and acting mayor. It would just follow along as we have done in the past. So happy to take questions on that, and then if this doesn't work for Councillor Rice, happy to take further amendments.
Okay. So questions on that option? Councillor Wright.
So where does that leave Councillor Principe?
So Councillor Principe, based on the current schedule that I'm now seeing, would be the deputy mayor would be still Testy Winawak, which would be the up until September to the organizational meeting next year. But Councillor Principe would also be the acting mayor when you, Councillor Wright, are the deputy mayor in August and September of next year.
But does that exceed that 12-month period?
How would it?
Like by about 10 months?
We can do this as a group, or you can refer this back to me, come back with a fifth option.
Well, refer it back to administration, they'll bring it back. Can move referral, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Just waiting for a couple more votes. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Okay, now on to calendar, 2024 Council Committee meeting calendar. Councillor Principe doesn't need a presentation, so we can go to questions. Councillor Principe?
Yes, I do have a question, and it is in regards to the week of September 29th to October 5th. On Friday, October the 4th, we have an intergovernmental meeting, a non-regular, city council non-regular. I was just wondering if that would be possible to move it to Thursday, October 10th. The reason being that is read-in week, and I really enjoy going to the schools to read, and I found that that Friday was very important because on the Monday is a holiday for the Catholic schools, so that day is not available to go in to read.
Can you just confirm what date you were saying again?
October the 4th.
October the 4th?
And I don't know what my colleagues
So-
think about that.
So you wanted to move the meeting, so we already do have council on the 3rd? So there's actually council
Sorry.
every day that week.
Sorry, October 10th.
I have utility sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Principe, you're suggesting that the week, sorry, which meeting it was the October 3rd meeting?
No, October 4th, the intergovernmental.
The reason there's nothing scheduled on the 10th is because we were directed as one of the principals to not book things on Thursdays, particularly because there's so many other meetings and there's EMRB that day. That's why we didn't. We understand we do get requests to make read-in week available, but we're struggling to include recess as well. So we made the changes based on the last direction from council.
Okay, so there's no,
You can, it's just there's an EMRB meeting, so some
right,
councils-
I saw that in the calendar. I wasn't sure if we could do it after that meeting. That wouldn't fit in, that wouldn't work.
We could move it to 1:30, based on the information we have
Yeah,
right now.
I just wanted to bring it to the attention. I know that it's nice to have that time to go to the schools for read-in week. So it's a consideration that I thought I would bring forward.
Moving to 1:30 would help.
Moving it to a different week, it's just we were also trying to keep committee weeks whole and not add council in the middle of committee. Sometimes we find that's a bit much, but if that's what council wants, we're happy to make that change.
So changing from 9:30 to 1:30?
No, we would be moving from the intergovernmental meeting on October 4th to the 10th, starting at 1:30.
Okay, but how about if we start the meeting on the 4th at 1:30?
Yeah, we can do that as well.
Because that would freeze up
We've-
the morning, because reading week is mostly in the mornings, right? So,
Yeah, we've been asked to not schedule things on Friday afternoons, so happy to do whatever works for you.
yeah. Okay. Anyways, any other questions, any other comments?
Just reiterating the, if I can, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Please sign up, please.
I did try.
Did you try to sign up?
All right, just hold on. Let me refresh this. I got booted out of,
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Paquette. Here you go, Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please.
all right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is this another one that we can refer back for now? And then, or no? We're ready to go on this one?
Well, we need to deal with these three items when everyone is here, and I gotta leave at 11:30, and other council members may have other things too. So that's, everyone needs to be here for the three items.
Okay, so I guess, I think what we might require is clarity for the clerks in this situation, because they are now faced with two different asks from council. But the primary one has been that they don't schedule this time. Now they're being asked to make accommodations for reading week. And so that's the situation we're in. And if council feels that reading week probably should take precedence, then that should be made clear, is just my point.
If somebody wish to change, can you please move the, move the amendment? Councillor Principe, you wish to change, please move the amendment.
So there's no motion on the floor, friendly reminder?
Okay, can someone move the main motion? Councillor then Councillor Principe can't amend it.
So
Councillor
moved.
Knack, a second, the main
Second.
motion? Okay.
Second.
Okay, all right, now Councillor Principe, you want to amend it?
I would like to amend it, but I would like to have some conversation with my colleagues to see what they would like to see. I don't have to amend it if everyone says no, they would rather have, they have other things the Friday afternoon or the Thursday. I'm okay with the way it is. I just thought I would bring it up because it was hard to schedule the read-in weeks this past year for me, and it's something I find very important. So I thought, okay, but I don't know what amendment.
So you have two options, either change the timing from 9:30 to 1:30 on the 4th, or move the meeting from the 4th to the 10th, starting at 9:30, right?
Right.
Or right? Or both, or starting at 9:30 or starting at 1.
Okay, I'm hearing 1:30 on the 4th, so I'll move to amend it to change it to 1:30 on.
Second.
Second by Councillor Wright. Okay, questions on that now, please. Councillor Wright, you have questions on that?
My question was going to be, was she going to move it? Because I think that was a great catch. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Any more questions on that? So please vote on the amendment.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Any other questions on the main motion? Councillor Wright, any question on the main motion? Okay, seeing none, can we please vote on that?
Counselor Knack and Counselor Wright moved and seconded the main motion as amended.
Was moved
give
by
us-
Councillor Knack, second by Councillor Wright.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm just sending the vote out now. Just waiting for one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Are we ready to go back to 7-1 yet, or we need more time?
I haven't done the attachment since
Okay.
we were just talking about another item here, so
So
we
when-
can wing it, or you can let me prepare a fifth
Let's
option.
prepare it, and can someone move that we go on camera, please?
Thank you.
So moved, subject to sections 2.
It's going to be 17 and 24, and we're just dealing with item 9.2.
Yeah, the item 9.2, 17, 24, 29.
Yeah.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Knack, please vote.
We have all the votes.
It is carried. Okay,
Yeah,
we'll
we're
give
just
you a
going
few
to, so
minutes,
the delegation for this is
Yeah.
just council. can just give us 2 minutes. We'd like to people that might want to come back in. Thanks so much. I do not, because I would like to see what I'm giving you before I give it to you. If you wanted, if we can debate it in public, I just think it would make so much more sense if I could actually have a chance to see what's being prepared before it's given to you. Yeah, why don't we deal with it this, I really want to see it, Mayor Sohi. Yeah, okay. So just a friendly reminder that clerks does the notifications once appointments are made, and it shouldn't be up to individual counselors to communicate. There's a protocol that we'd like to follow to announce to people.
Okay.
So so what I've just put in the chat, even though we're public, is that you're going to be approving what's in revised attachment 1, which will include the 2 changes. The reason being is then, if you look at the 3rd bullet point, this stays in private subject to section 29, which gives me authorization to release it. It's just we need to go through our protocols of sending notices out to people and letting chairs know. Yeah, it's private until we do the notifications.
Can we separate to remain in private, please?
Yep, so just for MJ, so motion 1 to vote on it would be that the appointments in revised attachment 2, and then the 2 other bullet points, we can absolutely separate those, no problem whatsoever. Yeah, 1 will be 1 vote, and 2 and 3 will be 1 vote. Yeah, we are back online, Mayor Sohi, ready to reconvene whenever you are.
Okay. All right, we are back in public, and Councillor Stevenson. To move the motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move that the appointments as set out in revised attachment 1 of the October 24, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 01964, be approved. That the October 24th Office of the City Clerk Report remain private pursuant to section 17 and 24, and that the revised attachment 1 of the October 24th, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 01964, remain private pursuant to section 29, which is information that is available for purchase or will be available to the public within 60 days of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. And I think we'll vote.
Yeah. Second? Need a second?
Second.
Councillor Salvador. Okay, we have a motion on the floor, so we'll vote on first part first, then we'll vote on the second part.
MJ just has to separate the votes. Give us 2 seconds.
Yeah, no worries.
And that's technically what the act says, so. But
Okay, please vote on part 1.
we're just waiting on 2 votes. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we will vote on part 2.
Yep, 2 and 3 are 1 vote.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Okay. Okay, before we go to our next item, I would like to welcome students from Linwood School Grade 6, and they are here. They're here with their teacher, Ms. K. Gerald, right? And your ward counselor is Counselor Hamilton, Ward CP Biniwak. Thank you so much for joining us. There was another class from Linwood earlier on here. Are you part of the same group, right? Okay. And you're staying here for the morning only, right? Well, have fun. Enjoy yourself. Okay. Bye. Okay. All right. Now we are on to 7.3, right? 7.3? Yeah, opportunities to enhance transit safety and security, further information and plan. And was exempted by Councillor Rutherford, and we'll go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you very much. Good morning. We're really happy to be here today, and I have to say it's an exciting day for transit riders, given our Valley Line Southeast news as well. With me is Sarah Feldman, the ETS Director of Business Integration and Workforce Development. Next slide. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. One quick minute. Perfect. Thank you. So we're here today in follow-up to a report that we presented at the July 4th, 2023 City Council meeting. In that report, we presented 14 opportunities to further enhance transit safety and security. These opportunities recognize that Council has already made significant investments in transit safety. We also noted that there are many aspects that are not directly under Council's purview. So we were really looking for what else could we do that might go a bit beyond the types of investments that have been made in enforcement personnel and infrastructure as examples. In response to that report, Council asked us to return with further information on 3 specific opportunities. Those opportunities are to look at adding station attendants within our spaces, space activation opportunities, and opportunities for maintaining ongoing enhanced cleaning. In today's report, we provided more details on what it would look like and what we found in our research from other transit agencies, and gave an estimate on the financial implications for each item. I'm now going to pass it over to Sarah.
Thank you and good morning. First, regarding space activation, we have 43 transit centers and LRT stations in Edmonton. And you may have noticed us experimenting with this type of work already. We've tried some new things and we want to scale up. In recent years, we have partnered with festivals such as the International Street Performers and the Alberta Circus Arts Festival to bring activities into transit facilities. We've also worked with local organizations such as the Edmonton Elks for cross-promotion to support the Elks and also encourage Edmontonians to take transit to the game. And we're particularly proud of our community-based work, such as our collaboration with the John Humphrey Centre for Peace and Human Rights to develop murals such as the YEG Dignity mural that was installed this year. This type of activity, however, could be scaled up significantly with some additional resources, which would enable ETS to create a year-round program of activities in transit spaces. The annual Transit Space Activation Program would have several streams, including experiential activities to engage transit riders as they move through the space, supporting art installations, and partnering with business and community organizations to offer services that enhance convenience for transit riders. And this program would support more vibrant and engaging transit spaces, contributing to riders feeling more safe in these spaces. Next slide. It's now about station attendance. Most large Canadian transit agencies, such as TransLink in Vancouver, Calgary Transit, and the Toronto Transit Commission, OC Transpo in Ottawa, and the STM in Montreal, have positions that support the transit rider experience through in-person rider support at stations. In fact, the TTC recently announced that they are adding 130 new customer service agents in stations directly related to their transit safety plan, citing the benefits of these positions in deterring crime and improving perceptions of safety. So what we've suggested is these positions would be dedicated to a specific station and focused on helping riders. The duties between each municipality vary, but the primary function of these roles is to provide customer service, including assistance with purchasing fares, wayfinding, trip planning, and generally educating riders on how to use transit service. The research we've done indicates these roles have several benefits. They can promote a culture of fare compliance, they can be used to further promote education campaigns, and they can educate riders on social programs and other initiatives. In thinking about how we would start this type of program, we've contemplated this as a scalable model that would start with a focused set of stations. The outcomes would then be evaluated, and the model could be then scaled up or down. We recommend starting this program at 6 stations, including transit centers and LRT stations, with a focus on our busiest stations and ensuring a broad geographic coverage. The attendants would operate in pairs, and they would support riders during all service hours, including off-peak and weekend service. And after implementing this program, we would report back to Council with an evaluation of the program outcomes. Next slide. The third opportunity is regarding cleaning of transit spaces. ETS has a base budget to support cleaning of transit facilities, buses, light rail vehicles, and DATS buses. Over the past several years, an enhanced level of cleaning has been needed to address the security context in our spaces. Transit safety challenges have increased the amount of cleaning work needed to remove litter and debris and graffiti. Currently, we are spending $2.34 million annually in addition to our base budget. In 2023 to 2024, this is being partially offset through a one-time grant from the Government of Alberta through the Alberta Transit System Cleanup Grant, and we are very grateful for this support. The enhanced cleaning has been really critical for rider perception of safety. For example, in our recent QR code survey piloted at 4 stations, we saw that cleanliness was one of the top 3 reasons that riders cite for feeling safe. In some sense, this level of cleaning has set a new expectation, and permanent funding would be needed to meet that expectation. Next slide. So in summary, there are varying financial implications for each of these initiatives that we've included in the report for your consideration. If Council wishes to move forward with any of these items, there would need to be a motion to bring forward an unfunded service package as part of the fall supplemental operating budget adjustment. Each of these opportunities has important benefits for improving the rider experience in transit spaces and perceptions of safety. That concludes our presentation. I'd be happy to answer questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. So from a process point of view, Councillor Rutherford has indicated that she has a motion related to this, so she can move that now? Okay, all right. So Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you so much. I will move that administration prepare unfunded service packages for consideration by Council during the 2023 fall supplemental operating budget adjustment deliberation to enhance transit safety and security. That includes $300,000 annually ongoing funding to support transit space activation, $1.84 million one-time funding in 2024 to partially offset an Alberta Transit System grant that expires in April 2024, and $2.34 million ongoing funding for permanent enhanced cleaning beginning in 2025.
Second.
So moved by Councillor Rutherford, second by Councillor Paquette. Can you quickly make the introduction, Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Sohi. So, you know, in the evolution of this, we've had reports to committee that had those 14 options. We whittled it down to asking for further exploration and funding. What would the cost resources be for 3? And I further whittled it down in this motion to 2. I felt like 24 FTEs, given all the other things that we want to achieve, was a very hard one. But I do think that in what we've heard from CUDA, what we've heard from our surveys, that these 2 potentially unfunded service packages will be really good to debate in the context of what I know we'll be debating other transit factors at the fall supplementary budget. So I just wanted to see that included so we can have a fulsome discussion on all the things that we want to discuss and prioritize around transit.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Now questions on the motion as well as the report. Councillor.
Sorry, can I ask questions? Do I have time still to
Yeah.
ask questions?
Introduction is done. You can start with your questions. Yes.
Okay, I just have one question on the busking, because when we were in Ottawa, Councillor Knack and I, they actually seem to have a little bit more of an organic busking system in place that really seemed to activate spaces. And so I'm just wondering, in the report, it talks about still having to apply or having a list of buskers. Is there any way to explore, if this goes forward, making that a little bit more accessible or easier, similar to the model that we saw in Ottawa?
Yeah, I think that's really great feedback, and we can definitely look at that. We want to make it easy, and we certainly are not trying to generate any revenue for this. Make it easy, but also make sure we have some basic parameters around where people are busking so they don't, obstruct the flow of riders, et cetera. But what we're thinking about with this program, we'll look at other jurisdictions. We've been looking at Vancouver, for example, and we'll certainly take that suggestion to look at Ottawa and see how can we reach out to local artists to encourage them to come in our spaces. That's really what we want to do with this.
And if I may add, Councillor Rutherford, it's Michelle Plouffe here. We are taking forward some amendments in this area and in the public spaces bylaw work. So that will be coming to CPSC on December 4th.
So just if I'm understanding correctly, Ms. Plouffe, that the public spaces bylaw, as it currently stands, might limit us in some ways, that we're looking at making that more flexible for that in the revised public spaces bylaw?
Yeah, I mean, I think we should add flexibility within the bylaw. I haven't looked at, we're drafting the terms right now, but I think we can add some flexibility, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. And then with regards to the other things like the pop-up shops and stuff like that, we're not seeing any financial implication from that, right? In terms of leasing or anything. Like, we would just be trying to get people into that space to use it, correct?
Correct, it's the same. We're not trying to generate revenue. We're just want people to contact us so we can put some, basic parameters around making sure we're aware of what activities happening in the spaces, and it's done in a safe way.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To administration, can you speak to the 24 FTE attendance that you had, that was in the report, but isn't reflected in the motion?
Is that for administration or for Councillor Rutherford?
For administration, the impact that might have on the.
So the 24 FTEs was associated with the station attendant customer service roles and not attached to the cleaning item that's been put forward in the motion.
Okay, perfect. So, and then to the mover, I just hoping that you could just expand a little bit on your thinking there.
Again, just in reading the costing for the 24 FTEs, I just felt like, again, we're going to have a lot of pressures on us, that budget. So I was just trying to whittle it down. I mean, if there's will of council to have that as an unfunded package to debate, happy to have the amendment. I just was trying to be pragmatic about bringing forward to the fall supplementary budget adjustment a little bit more realistic, in my opinion. But again, happy to have that amendment if others see the need to debate all of it.
Right. Yeah. No. And totally understandable. And I totally get that. Okay. So back to administration. The public's going to say, okay, how does art increase safety? And that's something that we're going to have to answer.
So I think, Councillor, thanks for raising that. As we've said in the past, more activity brings more people to these spaces, which can discourage disorder and presents an opportunity for more eyes on the system, so better reporting should there be any incidents. Sarah mentioned we've created kind of a new standard for cleaning within these spaces. We received lots of positive feedback from a lot of people who notice the difference and appreciate that change. And as Sarah referenced, our survey results are showing it's a really important determinant for people feeling safe in the spaces if it's well maintained and it is clean. So that's how both of these items would support further enhancements for safety.
Okay, so there's data that we can share with residents to show that, believe it or not, art actually increases the perception of safety in transit stations and increases the comfort of rider in using the transit system.
Right. I think it's all of the different elements working together, and this is one more slice that we can add to the pie. And it's a combination of factors that are helpful. We do a lot of rider research, and we're happy to share that with council in a bit more detail to help with some draft key messages so you can respond appropriately.
Right, and I get it. It's similar to and correct me if I'm wrong, council is a beautiful room, the council chambers. If it was just a concrete bunker, maybe it wouldn't be as conducive to the good decision making, because people might not be feeling very good about coming to work. Is that sort of the concept? Maybe I'm butchering the analogy, but.
I think the physical environment, going way back to our overall framework around safety and security, physical environment is a really important element for feeling safe. So improved lighting, cleanliness, ensuring that there's no barriers and that it's open. Stadium Station is a great example of a new modern approach where there's lots of open sight lines. It's easy to navigate. So I think the analogy you made applies here. And this goes back to some of those physical aspects that people really appreciate.
Okay. All right. That makes sense to me. All right. I'm not, Mr. Mayor, I'm not quite sure whether I'm going to be making subsequent or if someone's going to be making an amendment to the motion. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford, can you carry on with the proceedings from here? I'll be back by...
So you'll need to pass it to the acting mayor because Councillor Rutherford has a motion on the floor.
Oh, yes. Okay, Councillor Principe?
I have the chair.
And I'll be back at 1:30, and I hope 7.6 that I want to be back for 1:30. Okay.
Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Thank you. That actually answered one of my questions. So we are seeing a return on investment in the enhanced cleaning program that we've implemented in terms of perception and...
Absolutely. We see it in our rider surveys as well as some of our recent QR code survey as well.
Amazing. That's wonderful to hear. My only other question was just in regards to, I'm happy for both of these to come forward as unfunded service packages. With the $300,000 for transit space activation, I'm wondering what conversations there may have been with Edmonton Arts Council, for example. I believe that they run our Churchill Square activation program, and I think they also administer our 1% for art. So just trying to think of existing resources that we already have, and if those, instead of creating a new budget line item, if we could work with our partners so that they can focus some of their efforts in transit and transit activation.
Yes, Councillor, absolutely. And I think if this item, for example, doesn't go forward, we already have those conversations with partners, and we can keep doing that to see where there's other opportunities for funding to support these projects. For example, the large mural in Churchill this year was supported, I believe, by the Arts Council, also by Anti-Racism Grant, and some funding for ATS. So we had to pool a number of resources to make that project happen.
Great. Yeah, I think that's could be again, recognizing how tight our budget is going to be, and also the fact that the Arts Council does seem to have that established program, has the expertise and the staff already in place. That might be a way to move forward.
I think if I can just flag, though, this item is about going a bit further and doing more. And the existing approach we've had, we just haven't been able to, catapult it in the same manner. So I just want to acknowledge this is about enhancements and going a bit farther and doing more of, but totally hear you. And I think just to manage expectations, that the way we described it in the report, I don't think we've been able to make that come to fruition with existing partners.
Yep, and that's a really good flag, and I think it goes back to, I believe we've asked all of our civic agencies in terms of how they're participating in OP12, and this could be a really tangible example and ask that we potentially make in terms of resource or staffing reallocation. But I'll leave it there. Really appreciate the report. I thought it was excellent. Thank you for helping us narrow down on the biggest impact approaches.
Councillor Wright, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, sorry, any conversations with the business community about activating the space? Like, I understand, was it like the Westin and that, sometimes lock their doors, so it's not, you can't travel the full length of the underground?
So I think Pedways, and if you'd like, I can work with Dwayne in terms of the update coming tomorrow. Pedways are a bit more complicated. Some of them are public, some of them are private. In terms of the work we do on the enhanced safety plan with those partners, we have conversations about movement of people and how to keep everybody safe in that. So I can defer to him for that piece. In terms of the station activation, buskering, performances, art, we'd welcome further conversations with the business community if they wanted to partner. Again, we want to let everyone know that the door is open for those conversations, and happy to do that. To date, we haven't seen a lot of engagement or activity involving the business community, but that's not to say that we can't do more.
Okay, because you said you mentioned as an example the stadium station, and that's open air, right? So will this cleaning and all that, will that go on like within the rest of the Pedway system?
The cleaning applies to the full transit system, to what's within our property. So when the Pedway is private Pedway, the cleaning doesn't apply there. We are within, but certainly would apply to Stadium Station, for example.
Okay.
If I could just add, Councillor Andre here, I just want to, Dwayne does sit and chair with a downtown Pedways group that includes all the business owners and a lot of the leasers that are in that space. So I definitely believe that there is some ongoing dialogue with business on how to activate all those spaces that may not necessarily be transit spaces. Like Carrie said, it's a bit complicated sometimes in terms of ownership, but that is absolutely something we can continue to do and try enhancing along with this as well.
Because at one time, was there coffee shops or restaurants or whatever in some of those spots? I just know going on some of my walk-alongs with the transit police that.
Yeah, where we have kiosks, that's in Sarah's area, so coordinating with kind of local providers who want to set up in those kiosks. We're really happy to do that. We have some great examples in the system. So we have a kiosk as an example at Southgate Station, and it just provides more amenities for riders. So it's a win-win for everyone in those spaces.
Okay. And then with the grant, that Alberta Transit System grant, any conversations with the province as far as extending that or replacing that?
Maybe I'll defer to Andre, or if you'd like to chime in. I mean, we're really grateful for the support, but it was one-time funding from them.
Yeah, I would agree. It doesn't hurt to ask, but I don't have a lot of hope there, but we can check.
Okay.
I could also jump in there now if I'm coming through quickly.
Thanks.
As of right now, we do have our 8 projects going. We've got system-wide improvements. We've got station-specific improvements, as well as enhanced cleaning. They're set to, it concludes in the spring of next year. And there is an opportunity, but I'd be doubtful that we'd be able to extend those and build upon those grants.
Okay.
But we'll ask.
Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Councillor Tang, you're up.
Great. Thank you, Chair Principe. Thank you very much for this report, and I appreciate the shout out to the Millwoods Transit Center project. And I guess what I'm hearing is you're saying that to help improve the perception of transit safety, on top of all the things we're going to hear in 7.4 tomorrow, all kinds of activation mentioned in this report will be helpful. Correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. And so, if I think about that particular Millwoods Transit Center project, it's fairly low cost. It was community-led. It wasn't necessarily the same kind of Yake Dignity mural project that's much broader, bigger in scale. And I'm just wondering, do you have a sense of like how many of those kinds of requests do you get per year from community groups? And recognizing you don't have resources to support all of them, but do you track those requests?
Interestingly enough, we actually don't get a lot. And I'd say if there's more interest in it, please approach us. You know, supplying, as an example, some cans of paint and ensuring that we have a facilities person there to provide some on-site support, it's really, really low cost for us. And we're so happy to accommodate those types of engagement opportunities. So moving forward, maybe we'll do a little bit more proactive communication with our community leagues and others. But we're certainly happy to entertain that, and there hasn't been a lot of those.
Okay, yeah. My follow-up was just that wondering if the team has kind of talked about how to encourage more community participation and interest, but sounds like there are some thought, and you know, with this funding package, maybe there'll be some dedicated conversations around that, right?
Yeah, Councillor, that's correct. I think that would be our intent. There would be one position attached to this, and that would be their main role, is to make these connections, for example, to community leagues, but also to schools, for example. There may be a school or a local organization that wants to activate their station, and so it's building those relationships and facilitating them coming into the space and doing their project.
Yeah, and that was actually one of my questions, like any discussions with the school boards. For example, you're doing a lot with school-aged children in terms of education about how to use transit, et cetera, but what about furthering that opportunity for public art or placemaking?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, and we can certainly factor that in. We have regular reoccurring meetings with the school board, so we'll add that to the agenda for the next discussion for sure.
Awesome. And then just on the cleaning aspect, so if you help me understand the numbers a little bit, we have a base funding of 11. We get one-time grant of 5 million for 2023, and we are going to have 2.34, and then additional 1.841, or you know, whatever's outlined in this motion, and it's just to keep up the service level that we've been providing this whole time through COVID. Is that right?
That's correct. And of the 5 million grant from the government of Alberta, about 1 million of that was spent specifically on cleaning. Even though it's the Alberta Transit System Cleanup Grant, it had broader parameters. So we've been doing some infrastructure improvements, cameras, et cetera, with that grant. So the 1 million is spread over 2 years, and that's why you see that $500,000 difference between what we need. Yeah.
I see. Okay. And then right now we're working with Higher Good, like social enterprises, on our public washroom in transit centers. Is that correct?
That's right. We're trialing that. We have them at a few locations, and it's been really great.
Any conversations about expanding that to support cleanliness or relationship building in the transit stations?
Yeah, it's been really effective in terms of reducing disorder and any damage in the washrooms that we have. So that's been very encouraging. We can take that back. We haven't had the conversation about expanding it for cleaning purposes, but we can look into that for sure.
And then I imagine you have some data or research to demonstrate that effectiveness that you're talking about?
Oh,
that
yes,
we can
yes.
learn more?
Yeah, we do for sure. And, you know, happy to share an update in the future on the results we're seeing by having those attendants in place.
I would be interested. And then final question, what are we currently doing to help people understand how to use transit? Like, is it online resource, FAQ? Do we get a lot of these kinds of questions to security or bus operators and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, it's a bit of a hodgepodge. Like, we have online resources for sure. We have inspectors that try and get out to all the transit centers to support the smooth flow of the buses and talk to operators, but they also help riders where they can. We do travel training, so our accessibility coordinator is very active, providing support to newcomers, seniors, et cetera. But this was about enhancing it and having dedicated kind of boots on the ground within these spaces all the time that were friendly and approachable for people.
Thank you so much. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
Thank you. And just very quick question in terms of funding source. And thank you, ETS team did their good presentation. So the first one, 300,000, that is annual ongoing funding. So which funding source that will be from?
So these are being put forward as unfunded service packages for council consideration. So my understanding, and I'm not sure if finance is here and wants to weigh in, but that would be discussed during the budget deliberations.
So that is under ongoing operating budget increase, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So the second one is $1.8 million. That is one-time funding for 2024 only. And where is that funding source come from?
So the same thing. So these unfunded service packages would be brought forward in the budget deliberation process for council to consider. And it would be discussed at that point in time, is my understanding.
Because this is one time, and I just want to get a very clear sense, only one time we're from like the financial strategies or FSR. So I saw our financial expert online right now, and maybe can provide some answer for this one. Also, for this $1.8 million, there are two purposes. The two questions related. One is one time, and then where is that funding from? The second piece is about opposites the Alberta Transit System grant. So how much grant we received? So the two questions.
I can start, Council, right? So Harm Rai, Branch Manager, Financial Services. So if I'm understanding the intent of the second part of this motion here, I think the ongoing funding need is $2.3 million. And I'd probably have to ask the mover of the motion, but I think there's an assumption there that for 2024, 500,000 of that's going to be covered by the provincial grant. So I think that's why the motion's word is 1.84 million one-time funding. It could also be another way to do this would be to build that in gradually into the tax levy. So you could bring this forward as 1.8 million ongoing in 2024, and then an additional 500,000 ongoing in 2025. That's another way to bring this forward.
For the one-time funding, where is the funding source?
So again, it's unfunded. So when we come forward with budget deliberations,
I know it's unfunded. It's unfunded right now, but what's the plan? Use which funding source to offset this?
I don't know what the funding source would be right now, but that's something we'd have to discuss in deliberations. We could bring options forward. Typically, your one-time funding source is your financial stabilization reserve. But that, as you know, that's fairly close to the minimum. So that would have to be a discussion during budget deliberations.
Okay, so thank you for that. The last question, the $2.34 million for the annual ongoing funding. So I assuming that is operating increase. How did this number calculated? Based on what type of needs?
So it's based on our current service levels. So with this grant that we have from the provincial government, we've been able to further enhance cleaning. So as an example, we're able to clean trains while they're in service, which we hadn't been able to do prior to this. They were getting cleaned at the end of the service day as one example, and it increases the span of service and the frequency of cleaning within the stations.
So we have $11.7 million annually for the base, right? So this is just increase piece. This is increase that piece. So that means we identify some gap. So where is that information, the gap we identified to support us to ask increase for this $2.34 million?
Councillor, maybe I'll try to state a different way and see if it helps answer your question. So the 11.7 million is what we were operating like before COVID, before a lot of our security challenges over the last few years. And over the last number of years, we were doing 1.34 million in additional cleaning. And then with the Alberta Transit System Cleanup Grant this year, we're doing another $1 million on top of that. So what you're seeing right now in our spaces is that total of $14 million worth of cleaning. Does that help to answer your question?
I may have more, but I don't have enough time. But thank you very much for all the answers.
Councillor Rice, would you like to move a second round?
Sure, so moved.
Second.
Please vote.
I'm yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, maybe to the mover, just wondering what your rationale was in like looking at the cleaning, the funds for cleaning rather than the 24 FTEs.
That to me was something that I saw as we're already, as was mentioned by administration, it's already a level of service we're providing. And so if we do not add that ongoing funding, it'll be perceived as a reduction in service. We've seen that same thing happen with other services when we've reduced our increase. So I thought it was simpler to, again, considering the budget, look at how do we maintain what we're currently doing as opposed to adding additional.
Okay, because I'm just wondering if, like, why we need the higher level of service. I'm just wondering if we had station attendants around, would there be less mess that needs to be cleaned up?
I think.
Are you asking?
No, I think I'm asking admin now. Thanks.
Okay.
My apologies, Councillor Rutherford. I think what we're seeing with the enhanced level of cleaning is cleaning the train cars in service, which is very, very impactful. Like we've all, and I'm sure your offices have received last winter, lots of complaints about debris in the train cars during service. So I think that is quite impactful. You know, there's trade-offs. Is one better than the other? Having in-person support is very helpful. Or is it, you know, having the train cars clean more impactful? I think it's a difficult question to answer in terms of picking one over the other. It's like, they're both my children and they're both really valued.
You've had those conversations
I know.
before. Okay, yeah, and so that, and I was gonna ask, yeah, is there any analysis that could be provided where we would get the biggest bang for our buck? And that's tough
I think they're equally important, sorry.
Okay. Because then my next question was going to be to Mr. Hunter would be, with the peace officers, the transit peace officers, then are they doing some of that station attendant work where they're, you know, answering questions about where do I go get the next train?
No, they're not. Like the peace officers are really about bylaw enforcement and deterring disorder. So the wayfinding, fare assistance, customer support, trip planning, those are more customer service oriented duties that, you know, I think David Jones would agree with me, would be difficult for them to do that on top of.
Oh, I'm not saying it should be part of their job,
Yeah, yeah.
but is it? Like, if you see somebody standing there and you say, can you tell me where to catch?
I would hope everybody, absolutely, all of our resources would try and provide that assistance. They just wouldn't necessarily have all the tools in front of them to perform it in a decent way.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Next, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I was just trying to do some napkin math here, and I was having trouble counting zeros. So if we were to do the 2.4 mil for station attendance, what ridership increase, assuming full fare paying ridership, would we need in order to offset that cost? Would it be like a 1 or 2% bump or 3%? And if you don't have it now, that's fine. But do you see where I'm going with this? Like
Totally.
we're about 5 to 10% below on LRT ridership pre-COVID, but exceeding on bus. But if we were to do the attendance for LRT, and then that had a commensurate ridership effect, it's probably cost neutral for a few percent of annual riders.
I would love to get our team to do that math. I think that's a really important point. And I would just say, you know, ridership year over year is also increasing. So we've got 14% more riders this September than last. So there's an element of just people coming back to transit that we could also weave into that. If you're open to it, we could do that as a follow-up.
Yeah, I have a sense some of my colleagues are interested in seeing that. So maybe as a supplement to whatever service packages you bring forward, just helping. And it doesn't have to be full cost offset, but just having a sense of that there would potentially be a ridership growth element to here would be helpful.
Okay, I can work with Harm in terms of procedurally how we navigate that between the clerks and Harm.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Councillor Tang is just signed up to speak to this. Councillor Rice, do you have any questions or just to speak?
I do have the question.
Please go ahead then.
Yeah, thank you. So the presentation actually is focused on enhanced transit safety and security. I think that is really important point and for Edmontonians who take public transit. I'm struggling to make the connection and between the asking here and how to address the transit safety. What did you heard the most top 1, 2, 3 transit safety and security issues you want to address and from this motion?
So the original report outlined, I think it was 14 different opportunities. These 3 specifically address feedback we hear from riders about improved visibility of supportive resources for them, ensuring the spaces are clean and free of debris, so that they have that kind of perceived safe space to navigate in. And then the other component I'd say is looking for, just looking for that ongoing support for them as they're navigating their specific kind of ridership journey, seeing these elements in place.
Thank you for that information. And also for the ridership, I would like to follow on my Councillor Jan's question. Yes, if the ridership level and is not matching the service level we are provided here. So my real question is the ridership, do the ridership and really request those, or how that could be increased by doing those 3 points and you mentioned here?
Yeah, I appreciate you asking that. We know the determinants of ridership, safety and security is one of those important buckets, just like frequency of service, accessibility. So we know that that's an important determinant. And then we do specific rider research. So every month we are surveying our riders to get their feedback, and safety and security is one of those elements. And the 3 items we presented, we have it backed with direct feedback from riders. So it is important to them.
Okay, that's good. And the last question to finance. And give the current our city's financial situation, and then we already have $73.8 million deficit. And where are you going to fund this money?
So Council Rice, kind of like I was mentioning before, we would bring forward these unfunded service packages to council during deliberations for discussion. And the whole intent of that discussion is to discuss what the funding sources would be. So we would bring forward what the available funding sources are at that time. We'd have to work through that. And then we can have a discussion on what the funding source would be.
Okay, and because I'm very struggling for this, based on MGA, we have to get a balance at the year end. That means we have to fund the money to offset our deficit first, and then we consider more money for the unfunded package. And it's my understanding we already have lots of unfunded packages there, so I'm a little bit worried about. But I do, so Chair Principal, I just use 1 minute to do my speaking. Is that okay?
Sure, go ahead, finish up.
I do think the public transit and the security that is really important and for our Edmontonians. I'm going to support this right now. To say if like ETS could provide the more ridership information, because that is related to our city's revenue and also will determine if we have enough money to support all the unfunded package or not. But I'm not sure I can find that funding resources back to the budget discussion, and then, but I would like to see that information bring to the budget discussion. That's all my points. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford, are you to close, or do you have questions?
I've actually been asked by administration to restate the motion.
Okay, please go ahead, restate the motion.
That administration prepare unfunded service packages for consideration by council during the 2023 fall supplemental operating budget adjustment deliberation to enhance transit safety and security. That includes point 1, 300,000 annual ongoing funding to support transit space activation. 1.84 million on ongoing funding in 2024 and an additional 500,000 in ongoing funding in 2025 for permanent enhanced cleaning beginning in 2025.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Did you have any questions, Councillor Rutherford?
No, just to
No.
speak to it when the time comes.
Okay, great. So any other questions? Last call for questions.
Point of order.
Yes.
May I see, can we see the, restate the
I
motion?
put
Yes,
it in
it
the
is in the.
I put it in the chat.
Yeah, it's in the
Because
chat.
that will impact what I just spoke.
Hang on, Councillor Wright, just give me 30 seconds.
It will be in the chat right away here.
Chair
I
Principe?
see it.
It is there.
Yeah, I see it.
Chair Principe, I actually have a question now.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Tang.
Maybe administration just can walk me through a little bit of why the change to this?
Yeah, I'll maybe defer to Mr. Ray, but it's really the same amount. It's just reflecting that the ongoing funding starts next year, and then we need to top up to the full 2.34 million once the one-time grant runs out in 2024. But Mr. Ray, anything?
Okay, good, thank you. Okay, I'm ready to speak to this
Okay,
now.
you can go ahead, Councillor Tang, and speak to this now.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Oh wait, no, this is not the restated, but you will correct for that, right? Just to
Yes,
clarify.
it is in the chat. The
Yeah,
correct
so-
wording is in the chat.
MJ's just updating it.
Okay,
So just,
perfect.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, well, I just want to appreciate this report. You know, if we've learned anything in the last 2 years, we know that transit safety takes multiple fronts and different tools to tackle it. And it's not something that a single jurisdiction like the city can take on alone. You know, what I appreciate about this report is that you are talking about a very specific element for transit safety and the perception of safety, which is a vibrant spaces, vibrant, beautiful spaces. And you know, improving the ridership experience, you know, and I think the other thing that highlights for me in this report is that we have many different roles in the transit space, whether it's on the bus or LRT or transit center, and different roles do different things. And I think, yes, I can understand the tendency to think that maybe one role can take on multiple responsibilities, but I actually think it's important to keep them somewhat separate. I agree with Mr. Rutherford's pragmatic approach to this funding ask, and I think some, you know, we're going to have further deliberation when it comes to it during SOBA. But I'm good with this approach for now. And I think that cleaning one, you know, if I were to kind of say what is the most important thing out of all this, I think the cleaning one is quite important, because you know, without it, then it will be perceived as a lower service level, and perception matters, and perception makes a big part of the safety. And I get lots and lots of emails about you know, cleanliness in transit spaces, never mind everything else. So I think this is something that is important for us to consider. I'm not necessarily 100% convinced on the $300,000 for the space activation. You know, I think there definitely could be more we can do to promote, encourage greater community interest for projects that are low cost but have pretty big impact. But you know, if I were to prioritize, I would prioritize the cleanliness one. But for now, you know, I like that it's that first bullet is part of our consideration, because I have seen the impact, and especially when you have projects that also send other kinds of signals about safety, to say everyone is welcomed in a public space. I think that also contributes to people's sense of safety. You know, I've certainly seen that with some of the projects in my ward, especially the one mentioned in the report for Millwood's Transit Center. That's just, you know, resident-led, small scale, big impact, and sends a very critical message. So all that to say, you know, I support what's on the table today. I know this does not mean it's decided, because there's still more deliberation to come. And in a time of constraint, we have to look at the trade-offs, and look at our priorities. But I'm glad that this will be up for at least discussion. So thank you for the mover, and thank you to administration for this work.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We are at 12 o'clock, so I'm hoping that we can just finish up this item. Do we need to move to extend orders to finish up this item?
I'll move to extend orders to finish this vote and not the subsequent, because that might require more discussion.
Second.
Please vote.
We're still waiting for one vote. Wasn't you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Anyone else to speak to this? No? Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yes, thank you, Chair Principe. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to this and to close to this. I want to take council back to the origin, because this is actually the third report. There was a motion at one report where I had asked administration to dream big, to have pie in the sky. What is within our circle of control? Because we have so many issues within transit safety and security that are out of the city's control, be it their EPS's responsibility to address because they're criminal in nature, be it because it's social disorder and we need social issues that we need to be addressing through shelter spaces and permanent supportive housing and those kind of pieces. So I really asked administration to say, okay, what is within our circle of control? What are those things that we know make a difference to actual and perceived feelings of safety and security that are within our control as a city and within transit systems specifically? And through that, they came with a great report that highlighted 14. We whittled that down to say, okay, all of those are great. These 3 have really high potential. Please go away and let us know further what those would look like and what the costing would be. And that's where we are today. So now we're taking it a step further and saying, okay, now we need to see if we have the funding for that. And I know it's a tight budget, and I know we're going to have a lot of trade-offs and a lot of things that we're going to have to grapple with when it comes to the fall supplementary budget adjustment. But I've definitely heard clearly from my colleagues, the importance of transit safety and the importance of transit full stop and getting our ridership up. So I felt like it was really important to ensure that we are debating these. The funding source will likely be the tax levy. That's the reality of where the funding source is, but we can debate that at budget. I just didn't want to miss the opportunity for us to consider those within the context of that budget debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Rutherford, I'll pass the chair back to you.
Oh, well, I will recess the meeting until 1:30. Thank you.
there was a subsequent, I believe, potentially coming, but if we can start with roll call.
Okay, I would like to call this meeting back to order and start with the roll call from council colleagues. Councillor Wright?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe?
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang?
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton?
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford? Councillor Salvador?
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel? Yeah, Councillor Rice?
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so we concluded we voted on the motion, right, from Councillor Rutherford. Now we are on to a subsequent. If there is a subsequent from Councillor Paquette?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. The subsequent is that administration prepare an unfunded service package for consideration by council during the 2023 fall supplemental operating budget deliberation to enhance transit safety and security that includes $2.5 million annual ongoing funding for 24 FTEs or attendants to support a station attendant program.
Okay, need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Jans. Okay, all right, can you make the introduction, please, Councillor Paquette?
Oh, sure. This bullet item, I suppose you could say, is part of the initial proposal brought forward by administration. One motion has already passed that covered 2 of those bullet points, and this would be the 3rd one that we could consider for budget coming forward, and that is the introduction.
Thank you so much, Councillor Paquette. Now, questions, Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you so much. I think it's valuable to have everything on the table for our budget deliberations. Just a question to administration. I think you had highlighted 6 stations that were sort of focused on being the busiest and the greatest geographic coverage. I've been hearing a number of stories from families whose children are using ETS to get to school, but they're avoiding certain stations in the downtown. So Central Station is one that I hear about often. Is there some opportunity to look at sort of those strategic pinch points, again, for youth ridership or just if some of that analysis could be done as well?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Councillor. We can do that. We could do a bit more engagement with, riders and in a straightforward, simple way, not overcomplicating this. And then layer that into selecting the 6 locations for sure.
Perfect. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Any more questions on this? Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you to administration. Can you just maybe walk me through a little bit of what this role would do? This is really about helping people navigate how to use the transit system. Is that right?
Yeah, so a lot of the feedback we get from riders is that they feel safer when there's people like our representatives, and this was in the CUDA recommendations as well, more visible in the space. So this would be an approachable, friendly person. I've used them in other jurisdictions to help with wayfinding, trip planning, faring questions, just wanting to go from point A to point B, getting that support and advice, and just general assistance within the space.
And I think this maybe comes from, the idea that I think seeing more bodies, more staff presence, no matter what the staff is, whether it's law enforcement or security or attendance, that's the perception of safety that we're talking about. Is that right?
Yes, exactly. So in that national study that the Urban Transit Association led, that's exactly what they found, and that's why it was one of their core recommendations to have transit agencies improve the staff visibility within the different stations, which I know is difficult when we have 43 stations. That's why we proposed let's start with 6, do an evaluation, and monitor and measure the results, and then share that back with all of you.
And if I might, there's also the effect of providing that support, building confidence in riders and how to use the system helps to support more ridership, which also helps to have more people in spaces and contributes to safety as well.
Right, which we have some of that in place right now, but this, like you said, is more like those other positions are more kind of on demand a little bit. You know, if someone has help or needs help, they will kind of go for it in a more targeted way. Whereas this is more boots on the ground, roaming a little bit to kind of see who needs help, right?
Yeah, we're seeing this as a very friendly, non-enforcement, approachable resource, not uniformed in the way that enforcement personnel are. And again, just following best practice from other jurisdictions. Toronto's in the process of adding, I believe it's about 130 of these positions into their network as well. So we could partner together with our colleagues in other agencies and just approach it in a similar manner. I think that's doable.
Yeah, I think when I was in Toronto, I think I saw lots of these kinds of uniforms there already. So they already have kind of a baseline, right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, this is about expanding their presence across their network.
Right. And then do you know if they have, like, is that national study capturing, for example, in Toronto, what has been the impact of those existing ones?
Yeah, that informed actually the work that we did. So as a task force, we were kind of tapped into best practices in all of the jurisdictions, and then it got pooled and then prioritized in terms of what had the most impact, and that made the short list of recommendations that went into that national report.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Principe?
Thank you. I was just wondering, the $2.5 million, is that only for wages, or are there other expenses included in that?
That's all for wages and benefits for the positions.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please? Oh, or Councillor Principe, can you take the chair?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions around opportunities for kind of social enterprise, right? Because we have some of those options now that we're exploring, and it targets our approach to building inclusive economy and opportunities for underappreciated groups, right? So any thoughts on that?
I think it's a great idea. So we have lots of good partnerships and can work with our employee services or procurement, depending on the stream, to look at how we can navigate that in this context for sure.
Mm-hmm. And are there opportunities around, like we do have some of the personnel that are kind of more security focused, right? And we have, and they have a role, right? And opportunities kind of maybe looking at different responsibilities, right? I know you talked about having uniform or non-uniform. I think that's something I think, yes, we need to figure that out, right? But are there opportunities around reprofiling or figuring out what resources that we currently have? Can they be, reconfigured or, retrained or trained or added responsibilities?
For sure. We've done an evaluation, and we have very distinct layers with very distinct responsibilities for each layer. This would just provide that targeted, full-time, around-the-clock presence dedicated to these functions. So it's just like creating specialists in the space focused on this. But that's not to say other roles aren't trying to be helpful and trying to assist riders.
No, I understand. Like TPOs have very specific
Yep.
role, right? I'm more focused on, like, we have security guards
Yep.
on our LRT and transit stations, right? Is there ways to kind of figure out those joint responsibilities and what we want to do?
And we've assessed that. They're performing, surveillance, they're patrolling, they're looking at the entirety of the facility, the platforms, concourse, bus bays. They're reporting incidents, administering naloxone, and they report facility maintenance issues. We only have them at half of the stations.
Okay.
When we looked at it, we felt like for the volume of customer support needed or rider support, that this dedicated role, based on, again, those recommendations and looking at other properties, that this was a good fit, and that's why it made the shortlist in the previous report and came forward in this one.
Okay, thank you. I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Rice.
So just the question for the intention of this motion. We are discussing the transit safety and security. What's the contribution? What's the problem we try to address from this motion? Because to me, this motion is non-uniform. It's not enforcement, and for like the peace officer or safety, what is called safety burden. What term? I don't know what we use. What's the difference between this one with already we have, and what outcome will we expect to see?
Councillor, is that a question to admin or to the
Yeah,
mover?
admin.
Ms. Hott McDonald's going to answer, sorry.
So the security guards that are in there are doing, as I mentioned, the surveillance, they're patrolling, they're looking at door checks, lost and found, reporting incidents, administering naloxone, and reporting facility maintenance issues. So that's a different layer of security support for TPOs and EPS. And then this role is about the riders themselves, so making them feel more comfortable, providing assistance for trip planning, helping them with wayfinding, how to actually use transit when they're in those spaces so that they have a friendly set of eyes and support in person in those locations. So they're complementary, but they're different.
This is the first time in Edmonton history we present this type of concept to increase transit safety and security.
Yes. In this instance, so it went into the report in July. Based on the work we were doing with the Canadian Urban Transit Association, we don't have staff positions like this in our facilities across the network, whereas other properties do, and it's been a gap that we've had. So it's something that we put forward for consideration.
So what's the difference between our ETS and the Toronto's? And then, is there any needs assessment from any reader, public transit users, and for this request? And so far, I didn't heard anything and from my word.
In general, so the presence of supportive personnel is one of the factors that people look for to feel safe within a space.
Do we have that? Do we have that evidence and the data through the public engagement?
Yeah, we can look through our rider research for sure and share that information with council. In terms of comparability, we have a list of about 7 or 8 transit agencies. Toronto's one of them that is comparable to us in terms of having LRT, as well as bus base, as well as some on-demand service and paratransit service. So we do have our comparators within the country, and we all work closely together.
But Toronto has totally different public transit system, and compared to the population, compared to the service level they provided, and we only have 3 lines, LRT and the buses. I just want to look at the scope difference.
Yeah.
And then specifically, if we're going to present this, I'd rather see the data, what's the needs assessment, and through the public engagement, through our public transit users, say this is actually the #1 priority. We need to put 2.5 million annual ongoing funding for it.
Councillor, if I may, I don't think we would suggest this as the #1 priority. It was just one idea we put forward in the report the council can think about. And in terms of comparable cities, this actually came to our attention first because Calgary was piloting a transit ambassador program, and so we started to look into that. And we have a very comparable system with Calgary. We also looked at other cities like Ottawa, which is also a mid-sized transit agency. So big and medium agencies, many of them have done
So I understand that the more intention is about let's put all the unfunded service package on the floor for the further discussion. It's more like that, right? Okay, I saw the headlight, and thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So we have a motion on the floor, subsequent motion on the floor now. All the questions have been concluded. Now to speak. Anyone to speak? Seeing none, Councillor Paquette to close. Sorry, Councillor Rice to speak or
no, this is from us.
Oh, for your previous questions. Okay, got it. Okay, Councillor Paquette to speak.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
And thank you, everyone, for your good questions. Yeah, I was reflecting. There was a good question. If we only did one priority in the city if we only had one. We'd only do one thing. So maybe we have multiple priorities. So it was a good question. It made me think. So it's important to remember that this is one last bullet point from our discussion earlier of a whole host of ideas that was pared down to basically the core ideas that would represent a meaningful difference. And so that's why I thought it deserved to be considered. Some of the things that we heard is that it will give enhanced service, feeling of increased safety, potentially to greater ridership because people are more comfortable navigating the system. There'd be maybe a little bit more fare discipline and a better overall experience for Edmontonians and visitors, which essentially leads to greater trust in the system, greater economic and reputational benefits. And after this, we're going to be hearing more on our transit safety work with a delegation, with our various partners, and with administration. And it's important to remember that some of transit safety has to do with how people feel about transit, but it also has to do with not just enforcement, but socialization and community. That is something that is sometimes maybe overlooked in these conversations. When you have a strong community, you generally have a safe community. And that's not because of enforcement. That's because you have people who are connected to one another or feel some form of responsibility to one another. And it's because people in that community feel like they belong. That's a really important point. It sounds maybe a little bit like, oh, that's some soft thinking, but those are hard facts. Transit is a core service, and we should invest in it as such. If this was a private business running a transit service, I will tell you right now, there is absolutely no way that our transit system would look the way it does right at present. It just wouldn't, because it would be invested in properly for a return on that investment. And I'm not sure if we're there as we provide this public service. So what this does is it just comes back to council as something to debate and discuss. It will potentially have more information in the interim coming back with it. And so for those reasons, I would hope that this gets the support, because one thing that we've heard loud and clear from Edmontonians is that there's very few things that are a massive frustration for them. And one of those things happens to be our transit system. And if we can take away some of those friction points, that would definitely behoove us to take a look at all options in order to reduce those friction points. In closing, I would say that I've said maybe some tough things about transit, but that is not a reflection on our administration. They have stretched nickels into dollars. They do an incredible job with what they have. Incredible. And I couldn't be more proud. Our job is to ensure that they can do their job. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
In favor.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now are we back on 7-1?
You bet.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton, can you move the addition of new attachment?
Yeah, I guess I started this. So I will move the addition of attachment 2 to the agenda on item 7.1, the deputy mayor and acting mayor terms.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Rice? Okay, please vote for the addition of attachment 2.
just waiting for 2 more votes. I will explain, yeah. We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, so I'll go over to City Clerk to explain attachment 2.
Yeah, so we're just going to post attachment 2 for anybody following along online. So what the new attachment 2 is, it provides option 1, which was what was recommended by administration in consultation with the mayor's office. It includes option 5, which is technically still on the floor. Attachment 5 is what was directed by council to come back, which was, what did I say? Sorry, thank you, MJ. Option 5, which is really option 4, with a tiny wee tweak to change the acting mayor. And option 5A is in case we wanted to start alphabetically with Tastiwiniwak and then moving to Anurnak. And for reference, we have also put in there when each councillor has been the deputy mayor in the last term, just as a guidepost. We're happy to take any questions you might have.
So do we still have a motion on the floor from the previous?
No, because it was referred back.
Okay.
So we've done.
So something needs to be moved out of these attachment. Something needs to be moved to be on the floor out of attachment 2, right? Which option?
Yeah,
Nine.
maybe I would normally say yes, but why don't we get some clarity
Okay.
before we put motions on the.
Okay, we'll do that. Okay, so questions, colleagues?
I'm not able to log on, but I just have a question.
Okay, so we'll start with you, Councillor Wright.
So there's no requirement to have within like a 12-month period? You said as long as there's 4 turns per 4-year term, correct?
Yeah, if council changes the order, then it's impossible that you would all have the same time within 12 months, because the order would start at a different ward each time.
Okay, I'm good with 5A.
But yeah, yep.
Oh, can I put forward, or you want us to do questions first
Can
and
we
then?
just do questions?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll
please.
stop.
Thanks so much.
Councillor Principe? Oh. Okay, anyone else? Seeing none, Councillor Wright, you want to move?
Okay, I move option 5A.
Okay, need a seconder?
Second.
That was Councillor Rutherford seconded it, okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Any questions on the motion? Okay, seeing none, anyone to speak to the motion?
No, I have a question then.
Sorry, Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
So your 5A, there is kind of a slight tweak to A. I guess I'm just not seeing why this one's better. And so if I wanted to go A, do I need to amend it? Oh, sorry, no, if I want to go 5, do I need to amend it?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll amend it to option 5.
Okay, we have amendment to change it to 5. Any questions on the amendment?
Can we get a seconder, please?
Oh, need a seconder.
Second.
Yeah, okay, we have a 5 on the floor, amendment on the floor. Now we will, any questions on amendment? Councillor Wright, questions on the amendment?
Can I just understand Councillor Tang's rationale for 5 over 5A?
I guess I'm not really understanding the 5A over 5. You know, I think in general, I think clerk has taken quite a bit of time to put forward 4 options, and then we've spent yet another morning revising it further based on some last minute notice of issues that's arising, and I'm not understanding why 5A is better. And so I'd rather just defer it back to the 5, which I think was the closest to the original one in the motion, which is 4. But adjusted based on the, I guess, a different order for acting.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to do was understand your rationale.
Councillor Hamilton?
Just to speak.
Okay, anyone else on the amendment? Speak.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, all right. Let's vote on this first, then we can come to. Are you going to speak now, Councillor Hamilton?
Sure.
Go ahead, speak, please.
I felt the need to speak to the very important issue of deputy mayor and acting mayor terms because I feel like I started this, and why I pointed out. I'm going to put the parabolic assignment aside, but so maybe it will help some folks understand when it goes acting mayor, deputy mayor. As the rotation goes through, you will find yourself more and more attending events, and it can be a good way to queue up somebody for the responsibility of being deputy mayor. The very important job that it is. But essentially, over the course of the term, you can see, I'm guessing, I would say like an increase in the amount of events that you get to attend. The way that it was option 4 was originally constructed, and why I think it was important maybe to reconsider it is because you would have your deputy mayor term and then an acting mayor term, and then you would have it wouldn't be that cascading effect. So you would have an onslaught of stuff after previously having no events or demands placed upon you. So in sort of the traditional way it's been done, it ramps you up, and this would be kind of like a really sharp demand on your workload, and then it would completely fall off again. So I hope that makes it a little bit clearer. I know that the clerks have tried very hard to address what I would also term a parabolic effect. So if you have a deputy mayor term at the beginning of 1 year and a deputy mayor term at the end of a second year, then you could theoretically go 23 months without sort of this some of the responsibilities or opportunities that others might see, and I think it's really hard then to work away from, or maybe the best way to describe it, it's unless everyone has the same term every year, there's always going to be a bit of a gap. I think historically it's been best practice to avoid, say, the maximum 23 months between deputy mayor terms, just so that people have different opportunities. And I shouldn't have put Councillor Principe on the spot for it, but maybe as part of a sort of general principle, we could look at not creating this quite a parabolic effect when possible. So my apologies to everyone involved. You did a really great job. We don't explain it very well, but it does have an impact on workload, and I'm agnostic on either option 5 or 5A, but thank you to the clerks for being so accommodating.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So not sure how to answer the Principe principle, but what I do know is that the clerks did work under the direction of council for option 5A. My preference would have been just to go with their initial recommendation, but the secondary work they've done, I would like to honor. So I will be voting for the amendment, but I will be voting for option 5A. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So please vote on amendment, which is option 5. Oh, Councillor Tang, you want to close?
Yeah, maybe just very briefly, maybe I'll just stress the point. I also think in preparing for this report, when I looked at the 4 initial options, I felt like I'm trying to understand the clerk's process, which, typically follows a fairly neutral, non-political process to kind of land on something that's fair. I think perhaps it's, it's not, it's not okay to have a bit of that oversight that we didn't catch. But I wasn't comfortable with the process that we've then ensued to then follow council direction on this. I felt like it should have been maintained that neutral, non-political process. So that's just my own thinking on this. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Now we're back to 5A. Councillor Wright to close.
No, just.
Okay, please vote.
Support.
We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Okay. Okay, 7-1, 7-2, and 9-2. Organizational stuff is done. Okay. We finished with 7-3. 7-4 is for Wednesday. Now we are on to 7-5. Community Safety Wellbeing 2023 funding. Community and Public Services Committee. Requisition, without a committee recommendation. This was exempted by Councillor Wright, but I'll go to Councillor Principe to actually make some introductory remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, in the report, it had explained that there was a motion on the floor that had failed. So it was just requisitioned, the report was requisitioned to City Council for discussion and actually preferably just for voting, but discussion if needed.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Wright, you exempt. So just hold on. So Councillor Principe, as a chair, do you want to move the original recommendation from administration? Because you were on one of the two that wanted changes, right? If not, if you don't feel comfortable, I can go to Councillor Wright to move the. Okay, Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Okay, so happy to move that the Social Development Branch 2023 operating expenditure budget be increased by $3,946,000 on a one-time basis to fund the one-time increases to the Community Safety and Wellbeing and Family and Community Support Services grants and the creation of a one-time collaboration grant with funding from the Community Safety and Wellbeing funds held within financial strategies, and that the Social Development Branch 2023 operating expenditure budget be increased by $500,000 on an ongoing basis to fund the increase to the Indigenous operating grant with funding from the Community Safety and Wellbeing funds held within financial strategies.
I'll second that. Okay. All right, questions, colleagues? Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Just a quick question for the procedure. Is that possible to vote this separately? For voting purpose only?
Yeah, you want to vote separately on part 1 and part 2?
Yes.
I'll seek clerk's guidance.
I'm not sure that this can be separated. I do know that administration does have a presentation that might help answer some questions. Would you like to go to them? And I can check with finance in the meantime if this can be separated. But I think before you increase it, I'm not sure this can be split.
Okay.
I don't have any questions. I just want for the voting purpose.
Okay,
And
then I'll just
because
ask.
we had a very comprehensive debate and back to the Community Services Committee.
Yeah, so
Thank
we'll
you,
just ask the CFOs on the call if Stacy can confirm if this can be split financially, then we can.
Okay. In the meantime, I wouldn't mind having administration give a brief presentation. That this is new information that is different from what was discussed at Community Services, right?
It does revisit some of what was shared at Community Services, but we also have a couple of slides to address some of the questions that were flagged. So I can go directly to that part
Yeah,
of the
please.
presentation if you'd like.
Yeah, please go ahead.
All right, then that would be slide 7, please. There were some questions around evaluation and focus areas for this fund. So before we move into the recommendations that were provided back on October 10th, I'd like to speak to some of the questions about evaluation and impact. Specifically, what is the impact of previous CSWB investments, and how do we know the recommendations in this report are the right things to be funding? The answer is that we are making these particular recommendations precisely because they address pressing gaps. We know this based on input from partners and a broad base of evidence in the social services sector. Evaluation is underway on the over 30 CSWB investments made since 2022, but this work takes time and it should not stop Council from taking additional and much-needed action. For example, there is evaluation underway for Healthy Streets Operations Center, Property Safety Team, Indigenous Framework, and anti-racism work. Each is at a different stage, and some of the evaluation is complex and will take some time. We are preparing an initial evaluation report for Q1 2024, and we'll share it with Council once ready to help inform ongoing decision-making. In the meantime, we do encourage Council to approve today's recommendations so we can make a difference in the short term. The second question we heard is about focus areas. Are we funding too many different types of things? Partners have repeatedly told us that we can't look at issues in isolation. We need to act on multiple fronts to address complex issues, and for that reason, we are not recommending that Council invest only in 1 or 2 areas at this time. As collaboration continues with our community partners, we anticipate there being more focus areas, but we can't get ahead of this work and limit our action when there is significant need and crises happening in multiple areas. And that was what I wanted to provide. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Questions now? Colleagues, any further questions? Do we have an answer to Councillor Rice's question about splitting the motion?
It's my understanding that it can be split, but there might be implications that Jen Flaman might want to speak to if it's possible that only one part of the motion passes.
Okay, can you please explain if only one part of the motion passes, the other fails?
I think we could be able to make it work.
Would you like us to split them for
Yes.
voting purposes?
Yep, sure. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to recall the conversations that we had at Community and Public Service or Safety Committee. A part of this, the $3.9 million, was that for a collaboration framework?
It is for a collaboration grant, which will help partners participate in our collaboration model, but will also fund new partnership development and new collaborations that are out in the ecosystem delivering services.
So will it go towards delivering those services, or is it to fund the collaboration?
It is to fund the collaboration, which could be a spectrum of different activities that are needed to help the collaboration get to its next step on service delivery.
Okay, so not the $3.9 million wouldn't necessarily be going to like frontline services.
So there's a couple different grant streams. So the 1.495 is what we're recommending for collaboration. And then the other grant stream that's really focused on those services you're referring to, that's the 2.168 million. And so that goes directly into frontline services. What I will quickly mention though around collaboration is we've heard that that is a major impediment for agencies right now. And we know there's successful partnerships like C5, and so this would really still have an impact on those frontline services. It would just mean that organizations are finding better ways to work together.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
I think it's not me anymore based on 5A.
Oh, yes, we just passed it. Councillor Principe?
I'll take the chair.
Okay, the recommendations that you are making were developed in deep collaboration with number of community organizations that work in the safety and well-being, anti-racism, and reconciliation Indigenous organizations.
Correct.
And so what you're presenting is reflective of where they want to see these resources go.
Yes, they gave us feedback around really open and transparent funding, which is why we went with a grant approach so that there wasn't a perception of choosing projects and giving organizations large and small the ability to present their proposals. We also heard a lot around their gaps in capacity and their need for that collaboration support to work in a more integrated way. And then they gave us the themes and ideas around some of the gaps they're seeing in the ecosystem around mental health and healthy relationships and complex needs. And so that's where the intervention grant is focused.
Right. And many of the organizations that work in this field are, kind of small, maybe medium-sized organizations, and the resources are always stretched. So if we are encouraging them to collaborate within them, among themselves, but also with city, there has to be capacity. If the capacity doesn't exist, then collaboration would not be as effective and meaningful.
Correct.
And that's what the purpose is of providing that additional support for collaboration.
Yeah, that's the purpose of that collaboration grant line specifically.
Okay. But the point I really want to understand and stress is that this is community driven. What is being proposed is driven by the community.
Correct. We spoke with several partners in June, and we asked them specifically what their funding priorities were, what they felt we could invest in to make a difference. Of course, we've had many community organizations come and speak August 28th, October 10th. We've listened to them. And then we're meeting frequently with many different organizations and just continuing to listen to what they are telling us they need in order to achieve CSWB vision.
Got it. Okay, good. I will take the chair back.
The chair is yours.
And before I go to Councillor Cartmill, we have, is this George P. Nicholson School? Yeah, we're back. Oh yeah, it's the same school. Plus another group. Yeah, we have, okay. Some of the students were here yesterday, and some of the new students have joined us today from George P. Nicholson, grade 6 class, with their teacher S. Switzer, and your ward counselor is Councillor Rice from, and ward Epiko-Kinipiasti. And also the new group is same school, George P. Nicholson School, grade 6, and with their teacher, Mrs. T. Jones, right? And again, your ward counselor is Councillor Rice, and ward Epiko-Kinipiasti. Thank you so much for joining us. Yes.
Just want to say hello, I'm online.
Yeah, Councillor Rice is joining us online today. Good, yeah, cool. All right, so we are talking about community well-being, anti-racism, and supporting reconciliation with Indigenous communities. That's the topic of a discussion that we have now. And I'm going to go to Councillor Cartmill to ask questions.
Great, thank you. Just a couple of questions about funding sources. So the bullet 1, were dollars put into the financial stable strategies fund at the beginning of the year, I think, and then we're just allocating them, yes, more or less?
Yes.
What about the 500,000 ongoing? Is there that's just a budget increase? Like that amounts to an operating budget increase?
Yes, to the existing 500,000 in addition to the current 500,000 approved.
So I'm not disagreeing with any of the positive aspects of this, but This is an operating budget increase before we get to operating budget. Is that the intent? No? What am I missing?
Councillor Cartnell, also Harm from Financial Services. So yeah, you're correct. It is an operating budget increase for 2023. It's being funded from the community safety wellbeing funds that are available for 2023. So there's $5.1 million available. So it's being funded through what's remaining in that fund at the end of 2023.
But the effect on 24 and 25 is an operating budget increase, yes?
For the 500,000 ongoing, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's also being funded through the ongoing funding within the community safety wellbeing funds.
So in 24 and 25, it's coming from financial strategies as well?
Correct. So if you recall, the community safety wellbeing funding, it's an ongoing funding source. It's held within financial strategies. We're actually creating a reserve for it that was just recently approved. So yeah, so this $500,000 they're going to be approving in 2023. That's ongoing. So it's going to be funded. The 2023 component of it, 500,000 will be funded from financial strategies, and then ongoing from financial strategies as well. But from the community safety wellbeing funds that are held within financial strategies.
Right, I got it. Understood. Thank you. That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. So that concludes the questions. Now to speak. Okay, Councillor Principe, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
I really want to thank administration for working with community organizations to seek their input, advice, and bringing forward these recommendations for council's approval. You know, I absolutely believe in measuring the effectiveness of these investments, but also I was reminded something on Friday when we were engaging with the Indigenous elders who are guiding some of our work on reconciliation, and that there's, you can measure success by looking at data and everything else, but there's also something that you cannot measure, which are relationships, right? Which are how we interact with each other, how we show respect to each other, and that quality of a relationship is something that we are investing a lot in. Our administration is investing a lot in. Our community organizations are investing a lot in. Difficult to measure, but so fundamentally critical in achieving the outcomes that we want to achieve of building a city for everyone, building a city that we look after the well-being of every Edmontonian. And we know that there are a lot of people struggling out there. People are hurting, and they, people are facing racism on a daily basis. And people are, sleeping rough because they have no other place to go. So their well-being is impacted, and we need to make sure that community organizations that serving those organizations have that capacity to look for a better way of collaborating and a capacity to collaborate. So really appreciate all the hard work that has been gone. And I think it's also a fundamental shift in how we engage and how we seek and how we find a better ways of making our communities better. I just wanted to acknowledge the work that administration and the community organizations have been doing in great collaboration. With that, I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. Just very briefly, wanted to say thank you for bringing these forward. We had a really robust conversation at committee, and I'm really excited for the work that's going to be done around evaluation and impact. I think, not looking. I think as has been mentioned, this is urgent work that needs to happen. We know from previous experience the positive impact that these programs can have. Coming up with a really robust way of understanding where we get the biggest return in our investment is a really exciting prospect. Very difficult, as has been highlighted, but appreciate the team taking that on and look forward to further conversations on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright, to close.
Sure, thank you. I would ask my colleagues to support this. I think the social services sector has been one that has been hit hard, and anything that we can do to help help bring these organizations together, and especially with the collaboration, as we've seen with C5 Hub and how they've had an impact on our community. And I think that the evaluation as well does take time. It's not something where you can just sort of charge a fee and say, this is the result and this is how much we've made. It does take a longer time to have that impact on our community. So again, just please support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Just to confirm, are you splitting it?
Yes,
Or?
yes.
Thank you.
Please vote on part 1 first.
We're just waiting for one more vote. Councillor Rice? Councillor Rice, are you with us? Well, no, Councillor Rice is absent. We've held the vote.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Now we will vote on part 2.
We're just refreshing eScribe and then we'll send out the second. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so Councillor Hamilton advised me that she doesn't have any questions on 9.4, but it's private report, so but we can bring it forward and move it, to deal with it?
If it's the will of council, yeah.
Yeah,
Or if there's the
let's
grace of
deal with
council.
it, right? So can you bring it, move to bring it forward?
Yeah, I'll move that we bring item 9.4 forward.
Second?
Please vote.
Just waiting for one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Can you move the recommendation?
Yeah, I'll move the recommendation in item 9.4. And I believe that is to remain in private, subject to sections 21, 24, and 25.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Principe seconded that. Any, oh, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, so that was 9.4.
So point of order, just confirming with the chair, we are not in camera.
I don't think we're in camera
Okay,
at all.
good. The light's out.
The
Thank you.
light is out. The
Light is
jackets are on.
out.
Yeah. Yeah, we're
Okay.
in public. Yeah, my apologies. That was my error. The public is welcome to attend. We're not in private, but thank you.
Sorry, that light just like,
Okay,
Thank you, Mr.
we
Mayor.
are in public. Councillor Stevenson, can you please make the introduction?
Thank you. So this report was discussed at Urban Planning Committee. Really robust conversation from our EDSAB advisors about the importance of snow clearing at transit stops. There was a motion that was passed in terms of a recommendation to council, but I understand that there is some updated wording that's required to ensure that it's fully in order. So I'm happy to turn to, I think Councillor Rutherford has the updated wording that I don't believe changes the intent, but just clarifies some technicalities.
Okay, so, just from a procedural point of view, with those changes, then Councillor Rutherford will become the mover of the motion, right?
Yes, absolutely, it's fine. So it was actually myself, when I was reviewing the report from committee up to council, I think the intention is clear, but when council's being asked to approve a policy exemption, it needs to be clear what that exemption is for. So the exemption is actually for two services, snow and ice control and assisted snow services. They're different, so there should be two policy exemptions. And when council's being asked to approve a budget adjustment, there needs to be a funding source identified. So that was myself that reached out to Councillor Rutherford as she made the amendment to say that this needs corrected before council votes on it. And I've put it in the chat. It's the exact same intent, it's just technically correct.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Before I go, Mayor Sohi, I know that you put the original motion forward, so do you want to make the motion with the word
No,
change?
it doesn't matter, you go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
That an exemption for the LRT reserve be approved on a one-time basis for the purpose of using the LRT reserve to fund the snow and ice control program and the assisted snow program service packages, and that the Parks and Roads Services branch budget be increased by 2.13 million in 2023, 2.08 million in 2024, and 904,000 in 2025 for the LRT reserve on a one-time basis to fund the snow and ice control program, and that a one-time multi-year funding, 2024, 840,000, 2025, 842,000, 2026, 843,000 for the assisted snow program service package be approved with funding from the LRT reserve.
Thank you, and Councillor Stevenson, as chair of the committee, you want to second that?
Thank you. Second.
Yeah, okay. That's okay. Yeah. We all one team. Yeah. Okay, can you make a quick introduction on the change, Councillor? I know a clerk explained, but do you want to further explain it, or we can go to questions?
Yeah, I think just some of the quick changes are that we added and in the first part where we talk about the LRT exemption, we added the assisted snow program service package. And that's really the biggest change. None of the numbers have changed. I know at committee when we discussed it, that was the intention, was for both of these to come from that, but it was just making it a little bit more clear in the refinement of the wording, was my understanding.
Okay.
So I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thanks so much. Really appreciate this motion. Just a few questions. So for the second part, the assisted snow program, just wondering, like, I guess thoughts from administration around that coming from the LRT reserve. I recognize that regardless, these would have to be, like, an exemption would have to be made. When I think of the LRT reserve, I think of, the first one is still a transit related use in my mind, whereas the assisted snow program doesn't quite relate to transit in the same way. So just, I guess, maybe even to the mover, thoughts on that?
It came up for discussion about some of the barriers that exist to accessing transit and the sidewalks on private property. 2 bus stops or 2 transit stations is a barrier. And one of the things that we've talked about extensively as a council is making sure we're thinking about inclusivity. And we have assisted waste program. So this was an opportunity, I think, to, again, try this out. The reason it's a one-time multi-year funding was so that we could see what the uptick would be, though administration does anticipate a high amount of people. This isn't just for seniors, this is for people with any kind of mobility needs. So it helps, yes, the people in their private homes, but that are renting, but it also helps those that are walking in pathways to and around the transit stations.
Okay, that's helpful. And then maybe just to administration, if this were to move forward, could you please remind me what the LRT reserve would be at then? In terms of remaining?
I think some of that might be private information, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we have to be careful with.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine.
But it's a small, I would just say it's a small part of it.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, I just am thinking about, other transit-related uses that we might want to think about in that regard. So that's fine. I will leave it there, and thanks again for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to get an understanding. The assisted snow program, is that the one that is through the community leagues? I don't know if administration can answer that.
There currently isn't a program through community leagues right now. We had a program that we used some surplus funds with to in-year support that, but that is currently no longer a program.
Okay, so how would the assisted snow program work?
There is, I believe, an unfunded service package that is coming forward. When we came earlier this year and discussed a snow program that we would work, well, there were some options that were given at the time, and one of the recommendations was to bring back a package that would both leverage the Government of Alberta's program that allows for seniors under a certain threshold of income to access those funds. We could also augment that with more funding.
So the assisted snow program would run through the city would be running it?
Part of it, yes. Like some of it would leverage the GOA and be a wayfinder, but also we could dedicate some funds to see if we could provide that service.
Oh, sorry.
Would you like to ask the
It's been a
mover?
long week. So the city would be providing the service? Yeah, I'm talking.
Yes.
Okay,
For
the
this.
city would be providing the
for this,
service.
if
For
it's funded,
this,
yeah.
okay, I see.
Absolutely.
Okay. The reason I bring it up is because I know some community leagues actually had a hard time finding people who wanted the service. And I think that there's a whole equity piece in it, as some people may not realize or understand that that's available. So how would we make sure that the people who really need this program would be getting it?
Yeah, again, Councillor, I think we're talking about two different things. This is very much focused on those pathways that have connection to transit access, as opposed to, helping people on there with the special assistance. I think it's two different things, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Wright?
Thank you, and I do need more clarity on that as well, because I think I want to split the two bullets, because the assisted snow program, and please do clarify, is to assist like one particular resident, whether it be a senior or whether it be somebody with disabilities that can't do their own, or is it to clear the whole sidewalk to, like, down the block to the bus stop?
I think we have Mark Beer on the line now. Mark, can you answer that? Provide clarity, please.
Sure thing. So the assisted snow program, this is also Keith is the one that is on the line. This is his portfolio. However, the assisted snow program is to support those within that were to receive approval through the province in order for the city to do that. The first bullet, this is separate from assisted snow, like the clearing of bus benches, that's priority 3, and that's being done by our Active Pathways group.
Okay, so thank you for that clarity. That's the way that I understood it, that it was, so it would just, that assisted snow program would just clean the city sidewalk of that one resident that applied for it through the province,
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. Yeah, so I would actually I would rather see that LRT reserve money going to maybe those 24 station attendants that we spoke about earlier. So could I make a motion to split this? Because I want to vote in favor of one and not the other.
We can ask for voting purposes, can be split, right?
Yeah, what I'll have to do is I'll have to draft these because of policy, I just need to change it. It'll be the same intent, but instead of it being a policy exemption with 2 bullets, it'll be a part 1 and a part 2 so that they can stand alone. Just give me a few minutes to craft that.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Is that it, Councillor Wright? Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. So I want to confirm, first of all, so these are one-time allocations as listed there. I think I asked this question already, but I'm getting to a different point. So the effect of that is that in taking the first bullet, for instance, in 2025, there would be a $904,000 addition to what's already in the budget that would not be there in 2026. Right?
That's my understanding. This is Craig McEwen here. So the idea here would be, as we're interpreting this motion, this would really just be leveling the budget to catch us up to where it will be in 2026. So it'll be reducing amounts year over year. So it'll be multi-year. So in 2023, 2.13 million would be needed. That's just for this calendar year. And then in the next year, 2.08. That adds to that adds to the budget, but the base budget is increasing subsequently year over year. So the gap is getting smaller and smaller until 2026.
But just the budget on that particular service, which is the shoveling of sidewalks and bus stops, not the whole snow and ice strategy.
This would be for the Active Pathways crew. So this would be to hire staff that do priority 1, 2, and 3 active pathway work. So the staff would do all items in priority 1, 2, and 3. The biggest impact of these roughly additional 60 staff would be in the priority 3. So that would be where the very manual work is done, bus stops, those types of things.
I'm just worried about the money stuff. So effectively, that means that by the time we get to 2026, the more or less $2 million needed to true this up today, the budget increases to get us to that $2 million more point.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
And similarly for the next bullet. So my concern is that there's a couple of them, is that we're essentially increasing the ongoing operational budget now by using one-time found dollars. And so should we just not do that when we talk about the budget?
Yeah, I think the other thing I would say, Councillor, is that if we wait till the budget to talk about it, we have a problem in hiring the staff to be in place and ready for it this year.
Well, we have a 4-week problem because our budget conversation is supposed to end by the end of November.
Yeah, there's a time, but that was the reason that we when we discussed it, it was to save that time, because by the time the budget gets approved, then we're into recess and all that kind of stuff. So we're trying to get ahead of it, and even that will be a challenge. So every week counts at this point, I would say, in terms of getting staff trained up and hired.
Okay,
So that was the one issue, but you're right. It's 4 to 5 weeks.
Yeah, well, I know, I appreciate that. But that is my apprehension, is that we're effectively making what ought to be operating budget changes with one-time money.
Yeah, that's fair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. Councillor Rice?
I have a similar question as Councillor Campbell as the last one. On the top of that, I have another one. This is LRT reserve. So I just want to get a rationale. Give the situation, there are so many Edmontonians concerned about for the capital line south expansion, say due to the limited budget, even they cannot build as original city promised to build. What's the rationale to move of our ART reserves and not keep them used for the ART for the different purpose?
I think, Counselor, is that to administration or to the mover?
Yeah, to the
So it's not-
administration. And I really want to get it out on the record. And because the complaint is very directly and to the fence. And in other state, in other area, city has all the good fence for the LRT and why, and for the south line, capital line extension, and the answer they received from administration says due to budget limitation, they cannot get the original city was planned to build.
So I can speak to the capital line, Counselor. I'm not sure it's pertaining to the funding choices, but we were allocated a specific budget for the capital line. Based on current pricing, we're not able to meet all of the requirements from scope. We talked about this at council, so we're building to budget and still meeting the expectations. In terms of the choice to use the LRT reserve to fund this, that is a council decision, and City Manager Corbold has articulated the rationale for it being a consideration now, because there's some urgency. If council would like this to happen, there's some urgency to get the resources in place to address the snow clearing requirements. As it relates to using the specific funding source, again, that is a council discretion.
So I have no concern and to address the snow and ice control program, and because that is what we would like to see some improvement, and due to the budget is not sufficient. But my question is really is about, and with the ART9, with the construction costs keep increase, and we still have the one ART9 and just starting to extend it, and for another line will be opened, and why we cannot just keep this reserve to address any possible expenditure increase in the future, and with all the inflation and cost increase. And I'm a little bit worried, and we're lacking of the plan. So I just want to get the rationale for that. And if we don't have money and for the LRT continue to build, what we will facing and financially.
Yeah, I mean, Councillor Rice, I think your point is well taken. I think this is the question of do you want to support it or not? I mean, we were certainly asked to see what funding options we had to address the gap in snow and ice control related to these issues in the next 3 years. This was the only funding source we could find. You're absolutely right. The LRT reserve can be used for other things, and so I wouldn't say it's up to administration to provide the rationale for whether you want to use it for this or for some infrastructure pieces. But, you know, we put together an option to deal with the immediate needs of snow and ice control until the funding gets raised based on earlier budget decisions you've made in 26. So you're right. I mean, it really is up to council. Do they want to use it for this, or do they want to save it for, you know, the original intent?
Yeah, I do have a last question, and I'll use a 30-second. And then I was told at the beginning of the year, and all the LRT reserve that will use only for the LRT. So I'm surprised to see this motion on the floor. And I don't know, and because the LRT funding actually is a collaborative funding, and from 3 level government doing, I was told, and if we use it for other purpose, we have to get the funding partner approval for this. But right now, it says this, I don't know if that process is still in place or not. My time is out.
Can you quickly answer that, Adam?
Well, I guess I'm unsure of the question, but if the question is what are we doing to address the budget issues on Capital Line South, we had a report.
The question is more about, are we going to impact partner funding?
Because of the decisions related to the LRT reserve?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and sorry I didn't attend this part of the meeting, so I'm catching up a little bit on it. So I just want to I now understand the difference between the two bullet points, but I just want somebody to walk me through. If bullet point 2 is approved, what? Because we had a report, I think, based on a motion from Councillor Rice about an assisted snow program. So is bullet point 2 us starting up our own program?
3.
Sorry, bullet point 3. Essentially, the assisted snow program, if that money gets approved, who's administering that? I'm just trying to confirm how that's different than the conversation we had recently.
If I can get Keith Scott on the line to respond.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Knack. So you are correct in that the service package that was going to be presented in Fall SOBA was sort of the 3 parts. It was to leverage the Provincial Needs Assistance Program, which we would mirror what Calgary is doing. And then the second part would be to expand and have some potential options for people with disabilities and people with mobility issues. And then the third was, I believe, Councillor Paquette had requested that there be some funding available for community leagues in order to try and address snow removal, not from a volunteer perspective, because I know that Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues has shied away from that. But are there other options to engage the community leagues in supporting removal of snow and ice?
Okay, so yeah, that's what I remember in that past. So I guess I just wanted to, repeat the question we asked when we discussed this at Community and Public Services, which is, we have home supports that we fund through the senior centers where folks who need assistance already have a point of contact. So I guess I'd want to double check, are we essentially creating a program that already exists versus supplementing it?
No, so yeah, we've had conversations with the Seniors Coordinating Council, and we are working closely with them on what the program would look like. We don't want to duplicate this work, and if they're already out in the community with their home support people, then we would look to try and engage them on starting that initial process. But the city would then essentially take over the rest of the process, dealing with the province and the vendor application, similar to what Calgary does.
Okay. So I guess really the debate, assuming I'm okay with using this funding source for snow removal, the debate correct me if I'm wrong, is essentially, if we're looking to put more money into snow and ice control, is that bullet point about assisted snow program the best place to put it, or would it be better just to continue to fund additional work within the snow and ice control to maybe even further speed up, priority 3 in the active pathways to do any of that? So am I correctly somewhere?
Well, yeah, I would say this, Councillor Knack. Those are 2 sort of separate conversations to have. One is about active pathways, and certainly that's working with Craig and his teams. This is supporting seniors, supporting people with disabilities and mobility issues on snow removal on their private property. Yeah. And I think Councillor Rutherford was trying to make the connection between if we're able to help those individuals, would that increase the mobility towards transit stops, transit locations and that.
That's helpful. I guess, so the part I'm trying to figure out is when we had the report about this program previously, there was a certain portion of that funding that was going to administer back to, I think, Councillor Principe asked in another item, that how much of this is actually going to provide the service versus doing the administration when we already have a group that's doing administration. So I recall that it was about 250,000, I thought, in the last.
Yep.
So I guess it's less a question for you and more of a question for us, which is that, if I have no problem with funding that, I have complete problems with using $250,000 to duplicate a system that already exists within our senior centers. So I don't know if that needs to be clear in the form of an amendment, or if there's just a way to provide direction that says, please don't create our own administration to do this, please use the money to get it in the hands of those who are already accessing supports and make sure people know how to access those supports through the administration that already exists. That's probably a hypothetical question at the moment, and I'll figure out how to articulate that later. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford, you haven't had asked questions yet. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. So, to Mr. Scott, in the discussion that we had at committee about this item, we discussed that this would actually lead to, yes, there is promotion of the seniors program through Alberta government, but there's still a gap with people that are not seniors that have disabilities, for example, that are not serviced by an Alberta program. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, there are certainly programs out there to help with people with disabilities, but not necessarily with snow removal. And so we're just looking to see if we can complement that and provide that service.
And it would be boots on the ground, as we discussed at the committee.
Yes,
for that portion.
Correct. I mean, there, as Councillor Knack has indicated, there is a portion going towards funding this from an administrative perspective, and that was to hire 3 FTEs that would manage the program outside of what home supports, you know, and dealing with, because home support is not dealing with people with disabilities, you know, for instance, and then to work with the community leagues. So that's the funding to support this.
And what is your anticipated sort of in your scan, the need? What is the scope and scale that this would project to serve?
So in our scan, we feel that a conservative measure, you know, knowing that this hasn't really necessarily been a very advertised program from the provincial perspective, would be around 2,500 to 3,500 households that would benefit from this. And that would be including all low-income seniors, people with disabilities and mobility issues, and potentially any additional properties or property owners who need that assistance based on what we can do working with the community leagues and the Seniors Coordinating Council.
Okay, thank you. And is Ms. Houghton McDonald on the call?
Yes, I am, Counselor.
Okay, so just a question to you, because I know that I'm hearing from some of my colleagues the apprehension in terms of the direct link with the funding source and this particular particular service package. Could you speak to what you understood from the report that was before us from ETS Advisory Board and your thoughts on that?
I think what we heard from ETSAB is their concerns around people with mobility challenges being further dissuaded from using transit during the winter months because of snow and ice challenges, and asking us to remove barriers that could encourage ridership for those that need transit the most, I would argue, because they don't have a lot of other alternatives. And I think they were trying to highlight the importance of not forgetting about these smaller, impactful changes that we can make that can improve access and encourage ridership from these folks.
Okay. Thank you. And I guess my last minute, I'll just ask one more question to Mr. Scott, just confirming again that, you know, with this 1 year multi-year, if this was approved over the 3 years, you would be able to come back to the next 4-year budget cycle and have some stats and data to make a fulsome assessment on how this is both impacting vulnerable Edmontonians, but also access to transit. Is that correct?
Yes, for sure. That's what we see as a very strong pilot that we will be able to report back on the 2026 and onward budget packages.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much. I really appreciate the conversation. So, I'm understanding, maybe just to start with a clarification. Prior to our fall budget deliberations, we have very limited funding sources. Is that correct? We didn't have any other funding sources available for these projects?
Yeah, I think that's fair, Councillor. Yeah.
Okay. And I really heard the urgency in terms of the first bullet, in terms of having those staff that are ready and trained up and wanting to get them rolled out before the end of the year. So understand why that came forward sort of with that urgency. Do we see the same timing sensitivity with the second bullet? In terms of are there staffs, are there programs that could be leveraged by us committing to the funding in this exact moment versus, again, 6 weeks from now during budget?
Keith, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would say that we're probably already behind the eight ball a little bit with regards to trying to hire and then develop the program. The mirroring the program from Calgary may be a little easier, but there'll still be some nuances. So could it wait for 6 weeks and have a conversation at Fall Soba? Certainly. It would be very difficult for us to try and get anything, I think, up and running for this coming winter season. Although if we were certainly approved today, we would have 6 to 8 weeks head start to try and see what we could put into place.
Okay, no, that's actually very helpful. I appreciate that clarification. And then, I don't know if this is for Ms. Padbury, but if we committed to funding both of these initiatives today through this funding source, is there anything preventing us from finding a different funding source during our budget deliberation?
I think, Councillor Stevenson, that's always an option you could look at during budget deliberations.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is reminding me of another budget decision I think we made on a similar basis, which was using a certain funding source until we could get to budget when there were other funding sources available. And then
Yeah, and I think this funding source, we had never considered before, and the reason we're considering it now is because as a result of some of the OP12 conversations we've had over the last 4 or 5 months. So.
Sure. And I just want to get back to that point as well. So my understanding that I got at committee, that I think I maybe heard a different understanding just now, but there would be no ongoing increase in the operational budget past 2025 that we haven't already committed to. So we've committed to an increase in 2026. So we would sort of top up for the next 3 years using this funding source, but come 2026, we have already budgeted for in our operating budget for that, to maintain that level of service.
Yeah, that's how we're seeing this, Councillor. It's one time to fill in that gap until you get to 26 when the gap is already filled based on the approval of the 4-year budget.
Okay, so we're not, because I understand that concern in terms of using a one-time funding source for an ongoing cost, but it's because the need for that funding is effectively just one time over the next 3 years.
And let me be clear, it's not the traditional way we would do this at all, for sure. Yeah. We were asked to look at options. This is the option that was available.
Okay, really appreciate that. That's clarified a lot of points for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans?
I think that round just answered my question. So I think I'm good.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so I'm just primarily interested in results and what people can expect. So I think on bullet point 1, we understood that means a reduction from 21 days to 14 days. Is that right?
Roughly, it'd be from 22 days. This is specific to the priority 3.
Okay.
From 22 days down to 14.
22 to 14. Okay. And then for bullet point 2, what is the material impact then?
Well, I would say, Councillor Paquette, that the material impact should be, on our best estimate, somewhere between 2,500 and 3,500 households that would benefit, which would be individuals living at those single-family dwellings, for instance, that are low-income seniors, that are people with disabilities, people have mobility issues. That's where I would see the impact in supporting that demographic and groups.
Okay, and to, explore Councilor Knack's question, what would be the difference then between the approach I think that's being contemplated here versus just folding this into the home supports program?
So the home supports program, I can't speak to, that's more for, Judy Smith and that group, but I understand that home supports helps seniors navigate services. And in conversations with the home supports group, we discussed how this program could support. We don't want to duplicate the work. Could home supports meet that initial intake and assessment for the programs? And then the city would take over from communicating and navigating it from the provincial level. The province right now will not work with third-party agencies as it relates to the seniors special needs assistance program. So that comes to the city. So we would mirror what Calgary does. However, heard loud and clear from Councillor Knack that we do not want to duplicate services. If there is already agencies out there that are providing this initial assessment, we would certainly be willing to collaborate and work with them on that.
For the initial assessment, but what about the actual? Because I think, just to put on the table, I think there's some concerns with community leagues who want to provide volunteer service, but there's some insurance issues that they can't seem to get around. And so what we're trying to do is find a pathway to actually get this volunteer work, which is really super cost effective, obviously, into the system.
And certainly we'll work with the community leagues and Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues as well to determine in what capacity they're able to provide the supports. It may not be from a volunteer program, and it may be from a volunteer program. But
right, depending on how we can navigate the insurance.
Correct, yes. That's something that we'll be having conversations with them about.
Okay, so and then, but you don't feel that this is a duplication in services?
No, if you're talking about from a home sports perspective, I do know that home sports does provide a small granting. However, that's not enough to be able to support what's really needed out there from a low income or from the seniors.
25 to 3,500.
Correct. Yes, and again, the major focus of that 25 to 3,500 will certainly be people with disabilities, and people with mobility issues that really need that support.
Yeah. Okay, and then quickly, is there, to administration, is there a contemplation or is there even a need to essentially pay back this LRT reserve?
Payback? No.
And to make whole, if we're taking money out, do we make it whole in the future?
No, it's an ongoing reserve to address the LRT potential future pressures that we might experience on the Valley Line Southeast and Valley Line West. And again, based on different discussions, the opportunity to access this is available, and it's ultimately a council decision on how it's utilized.
Okay, so there's no long-term deficit concern here.
I'm just trying to be careful about what we talked about in private.
Yeah, no, I got you. Okay. All right, understood. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Principe, can you take the chair, please?
Yes. Excuse me. Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you. So this is on snow and ice, Craig. In the last budget deliberation, we increased snow and ice budget that will gradually increase to a certain amount. I don't know what that amount is by 2026. Do you know?
That's correct, yeah.
Do you know what that amount is?
I believe it's 67 million, but I can just double check that.
Say 67 million. So in 2026, the priority 3 inactive pathways, if we don't add any money, we will be back to 14 days, right?
That's correct. This one-time multi-year money would essentially allow us to catch up to what we will be at in 2026.
So the decision that what I've been since I found out that we're going to 22 days, I've been concerned about that. So I've been looking for ways to find one-time funding spread over 3 years, that we get to the same service standards that we would have by 2026. And we could have, one option is property taxes, which we would have in November and December during SOBA. The other is FSR, Andre, right? FSR is already low, right? And then this was a funding source that we provided, and you are making a recommendation, but in a very transparent way, whether we council wants to use that money or not.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
But what I want to understand, Craig, is that by 2026, we will have that $67 million and continue to achieve whatever service standards that we will achieve, but there's a gap of 3 years from now to 2026 that if we don't add money, then we will not be able, we have to wait 22 days before transit stops are manually cleared from snow.
Yeah, it will, on the priority 3 inventory for our active pathways, it can take up to 22 days from the time it stops snowing.
Yeah.
So there's a few nuances, but in general, you're absolutely right.
Okay. And to Kerry, if we are able to clear our pathways leading to transit bus stops and keep the bus stops cleared of snow and ice, not only it's safe for people to use the system, but it also encourages more people to use the system.
For sure. I think any improvements we make about accessibility benefit everybody. So whether that's snow and ice clearing, just removing barriers, improving access, for sure. I agree with you.
Okay, because that's the kind of the link I was trying to establish when I was asking administration to explore different revenue sources. So that's why, in my mind, it made sense to have this discussion exploring the LRT reserve to fill that gap. Okay, that's all. Maybe I'll speak to this when it comes to.
I'll give you the chair back.
Councillor, sorry, I will move the second round. Sorry.
Oh yes, thank you for second. And second by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Okay.
I'll pass the chair back.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. So, was it? Oh, sorry, Councillor Wright said she was next, so I'm going to believe her.
Councillor Wright was next?
I'll believe her.
Okay, Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Okay, fine, I'm going then. So we're all trying to get to the same goal on the assisted piece. Like, I mean, I'm there. I want to make sure we get 2,500 to 3,500 homes. In fact, I guess my thing is I want to get 35 to 4,500. If it means instead of hiring 3 FTEs, we hire 1 and we integrate and we ask home supports to adapt and change their program and modify, because they have over the last 10 years since it was introduced. So I don't know if I need a motion, but I'd like I guess a commitment that we're not going to hire 3 FTEs at $250,000. I would rather know that we're going to spend $100,000 on admin between City of Edmonton and home supports, figure out a way to navigate the complexity and ensure that extra $150,000 is actually helping people and actually doing the work. So do I have to make a motion that, I feel like making a motion to direct the number of FTEs is way too in the weeds and not appropriate, but I also just cannot support if this is going to actually if we're going to use essentially almost a third of the cost for FTEs when I think we have a foundation that we should use.
Yeah, I don't think that's the intent, Councillor, so maybe I could offer that once we figure the detail of that out, we could send a memo to council saying how much sort of cost out of that, before we commit to it, how much cost of that would be sort of overhead versus just getting work done in that arrangement. But I just want to check if that makes sense to Mr. Scott and to
Yeah, certainly. And I just want to be really clear, Councilor Knack, that the provincial program is not working with third-party agencies. And so the bulk of the work is the vendor management and the invoicing and the sort of the back end work. So I've committed with the Edmonton Seniors Coordinating Council and Home Supports to be able to work and ensure that we're working in collaboration with them. But I wanted to be very clear that
So I'm hearing that.
resources going there is not going to be able to run the program the way, and also the accessibility portion of that too, is outside of what maybe the Seniors Coordinating Council would oversee, but we will certainly work with them.
So again, I think so I'm hearing you. This is my feedback, which is that, and it's somewhat in the form of a question to try to follow the rules, is that we have modified the home supports program over the last 10 years in different ways. And if we went to them and said, hey, we'd also like to support those with disabilities, can you do that for less than the cost that we were going to do if we were going to create this program from scratch? My guess is the answer is going to be yes, because they've got a great system in place that helps a lot of people. Similarly, if we said, we would love you to be, you already look to determine income levels of folks accessing our support, so therefore you would know somebody that already qualifies for ride transit or leisure access program. Can you then, if we have to still have a city FTE to navigate the provincial piece, I get it, but I'm asking this to say, if we went to the folks at Home Supports and said, here's how we're looking to modify this, are you willing to modify your system to help expand the service? My guess is the answer is going to be yes, because they have done that over the last decade. So does that make sense? Yeah. And I think the last piece I would ask is that I would love us to then ask the province to say, hey, we'd love to do a red tape reduction exercise. We've got a group already doing this work. We'd love to make sure these folks are supported. Instead of us setting up our own thing, maybe you'd reconsider allowing us to work with a third party, or one of the FTEs is almost like a half FTE paid for by the city, and they also work with Home Supports, and they can sort of bridge the gap. So I'm just trying to figure out ways. So I've heard you say yes now, and I've heard Mr. Corbold say yes, you're going to work on that. That gives me more comfort. If there was a scenario where it's going to be $250,000 to administer this, I would have to vote no, and I don't want to do that because that feels silly right now. So
Totally hear you, Councilor Knack. And just to let you know, in talking with Seniors Coordinating Council, they have had those conversations with the province about doing that particular work and taking on more as a red tape reduction. So that certainly is on the radar already.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councilor Knack. Councilor Wright.
Thank you. Okay, so we're hiring FTE to do the administrative work for a provincial program that only finances for seniors, but yet we're expecting this to address those with mobility issues as well? Where's the connection there?
So the service package that was put in was for 3 FTEs, and those 3 FTEs would work on those 3 separate service projects. One is working with the province, on that low-income senior aspect. The other was working with accessibility, people with accessibilities, as well as community leagues. Now, there's a lot of back-end vendor support. So in other words, a low-income senior would apply to the province, but then the city takes on the responsibility of working with vendors, having, the vendor go and clean it, invoicing, sending it to the province.
So it's just
getting
administrative paperwork that the province should be doing themselves. So I would rather take that 840,000 or whatever it is for 3 FTE and use that for FTE to hire people with shovels to go out and shovel the sidewalks on the way to the bus stop. Because I don't think it might help out some seniors. I don't think it's going to have any impact on those with mobility issues, and it's only going to be in front of their house. It's not going to be all the way down the block to the bus stop. Or can we use the money to help educate Edmontonians on what they can do to help clear their private sidewalks to help others get to the bus stop. Anyhow, okay, I'm voting no on that one. We're splitting it, right? Clerk, yeah?
Yeah, it's in the chat.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I agree with what my colleagues have said, but I want to take a little bit of a different approach here and talk about what we discussed about when we spoke of the snow removal. Priority 1, bike lanes are considered priority 1, correct?
We have bike lanes in both priority 1 and priority 2.
So priority 1 bike lanes, what is the timeline for having the snow removed?
It would be within a day.
Within a day. And I remember when I asked this question when the report came back to us, the bike lanes, or sorry, the snow removal. And I had asked if it would be possible to reprioritize a little bit, kind of put resources towards, because I know that the reasoning was because folks with disabilities can use the bike lanes as well. But I had suggested that if they can't get to the bike lanes, it wouldn't be of any service having that a priority to have the snow removed from the bike lanes. So is it possible to change the resources a little bit and have the assisted snow removal program have some of the resources from the bike lanes going towards that?
I think the biggest challenge we would have with that is just the public property versus private property. The way it's currently set up is property owners are responsible for clearing the sidewalk in front of their property or businesses. So we would be taking resources dedicated towards clearing public property and then shifting that into select amounts of private property. I think there'd have to be some work undertaken there to do that. We have gone through a fair amount of work in the off-season to revisit how we prioritize bike lanes in particular, so priority 1 and priority 2. Speaking honestly, last year and previously, they were relatively disjointed in terms of where the priority 1 and 2s connect. So we've been working with Pass for People and trying to think of the other name.
Bike Edmonton.
Bike Edmonton, thanks Mark. To revisit how we address bike lanes. I might be drifting from your original question here, but what we've been trying to do is how do we best address in the most efficient way possible all of our active pathways, and so a lot of that work took place over the off season. So we're looking forward to announcing that. We've got a media viola this Friday, but I think the question that you're trying to ask is how do we take those resources dedicated to that public property and then shift it to the select amounts of private. That work we haven't undertaken yet.
Okay, but it sounds like there's been some discussion or some consideration for looking at ways, or is it just strictly for bike lanes when you're speaking of priority 1 and priority 2, and the research or the looking into that you've done? Is it just for the bike lanes?
Yeah, I was specifically speaking to bike lanes, but priority 1s and 2s include a number of other things beyond bike lanes, but city facilities like City Hall where we are today, LRT stations, paved paths. Priority 2 includes a number of sidewalks adjacent to city property, parking lots, ramps, bridges, stairs.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I was looking at active pathways, I guess, which I would include sidewalks within that.
Yeah, we have sidewalks, depending on what they're adjacent to in both priorities 1 and 2, but that would be adjacent to public property.
Okay, so there's no way to use any resources to allocate towards the assisted snow program?
Not that I'm aware of right now. We would probably have to look at, I know we do get a lot of questions. Maybe I can answer it in this way. I know we get a lot of questions around adding what we see now is areas of sidewalk that's adjacent to private property that would be the responsibility of the homeowner. We do get a lot of questions asking to expand that. And we've been using a lot of references to the existing bylaw that talks about the sidewalk adjacent to that private property being the responsibility of the
Right, I
homeowner or
guess I'm
property owner.
specifically speaking to the assisted snow program, though. But you know, my time is up, so I'll just stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I feel like we got to back up a little bit here because people are saying like, oh, FTEs, I don't want to spend money on FTEs. So, but the real question is, what is the money being used for? What is the benefit? And is this the most efficient way that administration found to utilize the money for the desired outcomes?
And
So this is Jennifer Flaman. I can respond to that. So when I look back at the report that was submitted on July 11th, that was as a result of a motion on February 2nd to 24th. We were asked to bring forward information about previous programs, current programs that are underway, and a J-scan about what we would suggest. Based on that, we came forward with 3 options. Those 3 options were to better leverage the Provincial Assistance Snow Program. Our assessment was that it wasn't currently used as much as it could have been, and that Calgary had a really great system of using some of their FTEs to help in the navigating, coordinating, and vendor support that seniors required. The second option was expanding that option using our information that we already have with regards to our mobility issues, using some of the program information from DATS. And then the third option was then to reactivate the Snow Angels Volunteer Recognition Program with community leagues. And then after that, the minutes suggest that we would come back with an unfunded service package. I just wonder if the conflation now of snow and ice in control and assisted program for snow removal might be making this conversation a bit difficult to navigate.
I would agree completely. Would you care to unpack that, untangle it?
Thank you for that opportunity. I guess I wonder if this is better served as an unfunded service package during the budget deliberations for Fall SOBA.
Okay, right. Okay, so that makes sense. That is an option that council can also choose. Because okay, so I think I will leave it there for now, Mr. Mayor, and I'll want to come back and speak to it at the appropriate time.
Okay, are you done? Sorry, Councillor Paquette? Sorry, I was distracted for...
Oh, yeah, no worries. Yeah, I am done.
Okay, all right. Okay, Councillor Rice?
Can I make
Oh, yes. Councillor Rice, just hold on for a minute. I'll go to clerk.
Yeah, so just reflecting on the motion and catching up from what happened at committee, just working with our colleagues in finance. I know you're about to take a recess, and when you come back, you're going to be dealing with one of your private items related to city auditor recruitment.
Yeah.
I also think there's some additional information that we could add to this item to supplement this discussion that might provide a bit more clarity on point 2.
That's the assisted snow program, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So we can just, I understand that the SOBA will be coming out on Thursday, but because it would be germane to this discussion, I'd be happy to get that information from finance. And when you come back after your city auditor report, perhaps you could add that to the report, and then everybody has the same information.
Got it. Okay. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So for the funding, and then in part 1, to fund the snow, ice, and ice control program, I want to get a very clear understanding. What is most concern and inquires during our snow season and from our constituents? Is that about active transportation paths to transit stops, or is anything else? And then every year since we become councillor, 2 years, every year and in the winter time, and we receive lots of emails. I just want get a sense from city administration, what is your understanding is the most inquiries and come, we need to address that?
I would say we get, our Edmontonians are passionate about snow and ice. I would say we get, to say that lightly, we get inquiries on a variety of topics. Clearing snow from bus stops is certainly high. I believe there's close to 5,000 bus stops across the city. And just to be clear on these service levels, that timeline starts when the snow stops. But if it snows again, we go back to priority 1. And so the 22 days where it sits right now could be longer if there's continued snow events that redirect our staff back to the highest priority items. So bus stops is high. We hear about bike lanes. We hear about windrows, driveways, curb cuts, but active pathways and bus stops is definitely towards the top.
Councillor Rice, does that answer your question?
Sorry, so I just muted myself by accidentally. I said this is actually confusing, and because by looking at the reports and for this item, we are actually talk about the accessibility of pathway and winter mobility and 2 transit stops. Is not only talk about the bus stops itself. So I would like to get the clear scope for what those funding could be used, and from 2024, 25, and for 2023. And for the snow and ice control program. I want to get clear answer on the usage.
How we would use that money is first things first, we would hire staff. So the funding, the way we are interpreting this motion is to have that focus towards the active pathway program. So we would direct that staff towards all of our priorities, and we cascade from priority 1 through to priority 2 and 3. So that would be clearing snow adjacent to city facilities, bike routes, LRT stations, paved paths, shared use paths, bridges, stairs, and then a lot of manually cleared areas. So bus stops would be in that category, other public amenities, and then finally on the sandboxes as well. So we would take that staff and then add them into that program, distribute them equally across the city for those priorities.
So what I heard right now, no matter the part 1 and part 2 is about those funding usage will be focused on the resources and the capacity and for the staff. That is what I heard, right?
That's right. For bullet 1, it would largely.
Okay. So I just need a yes for that. Sorry, Craig. And so then how this reflect on our OP12? To me, I'm a little bit confused. And OP12, we try to look at some saving. And right now, on the other hand, from today's not only this item, and for other item, we're trying to increase operating budget. So how this 2 could be justified to each other? So if I can ask that question.
Councillor, is that for admin or for the mover?
Yeah, for the admin.
Well,
sorry, my time is out, and I don't know, Mayor heard this answer or not.
I think, you can come back for the answer. I think we're at 3:31 now, and we'll take a break.
I don't need to come back. I will just follow up offline with our city manager.
Thank you.
Can I move we go into private now before we?
Yes, please.
I'll move then.
Need a second? Councillor Wright? Okay, please vote.
We're just going to send the vote out in 2 ticks. we'll show Councillor Jans as absent, and we have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll be back at 3:45 with our item
Mayor, are we back public? So we're back online, so if we could possibly deal with the motion coming out of 9.5, and then if you felt like adding that other item to 7.6, that'd be super.
Okay. Councillor Principe?
Thank you. I'll move that we, I'll move item 9.5 as discussed.
Second?
And remain private subject to,
Oh, yes, thank you. And keep in private, subject to sections 24 and 29 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
good. Aileen, that's good?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much.
Okay, so please vote.
We're just sending the vote out. Councillor Cartmel, are you back with us? Councillor Rutherford? We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
That's carried.
Okay, that is carried. Thank you. And for the other attachment to item
7.6?
7.6, and that attachment will remain private or?
No,
will-
it's public.
It's public? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Hamilton, you want to move that?
Yes, I will move that the following be added to the October 24th, 25th, 2023 City Council meeting agenda for item 7.6, the administrative response on the ETSAB report, attachment 1.
Okay. Need a second? Councillor Rice seconded that?
Yeah.
So please vote.
Just waiting for Councillor Stevenson. You're good?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a yes. We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so we are back on item 7.6, and there was an order of speakers. Okay. We were on our second round, right? Yeah. And Councillor Rice. Actually, no, Councillor Rutherford, because you just concluded your questions. Councillor Rutherford?
Hello, I don't remember what I was going to ask at this point, so I will circle back. Okay, wait, I think. Yeah, no, I don't remember what I was on the board to ask.
Okay. Councillor Rice, you have more questions?
I already finished my questions.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes the questions on 7.6. We have a motion on the floor. And
So we're going to split it.
yes.
So what's on the screen right now, and I'm just chatting with our friends in finance. So as MJ updates the motion on the floor, because it's going to be the two parts, and I think my friend Julie's going to send that over to MJ, so she's got it. So if part one passes, fair enough. If motion 2 passes, we're going to redraft the motion just to reference the service package that you've just just added. If it passes, then that'll be informal direction to finance to take it out of the SOBA.
Okay.
So it doesn't show up twice.
Okay.
Okay, everybody in?
If it passes, right?
If it passes, so what you just added a service package called Community Standards and Neighborhoods, so the expanded SNOW program. If that passes today, it will not then show up in the budget book or the budget that's being released on Thursday.
And then what happens if it fails?
It fails.
Then it would also have to come out and we
Yep.
couldn't vote on it.
Yeah, you can't vote on the same thing twice.
No, sorry.
Oh, hang on.
If it fails,
Sorry.
then it'll still go to SOBA, right?
If it's different funding source, yeah, so this is a bit difficult because Harm and I are like chatting this through, so if Harm wants to just jump on, but the exact same motion cannot be put on the floor twice. If the funding source is different, that's okay.
Okay, got it. Okay,
But the exact same motion cannot be voted on twice.
with the same funding source.
The same funding
Yeah.
source, yeah.
If
Harm
this
just gave
funding
me a
source
thumbs up. We're
becomes,
good.
so if the funding source becomes instead of reserve, becomes tax levy, then it's perfectly fine.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of order. There seemed to be a lot of confusion around the second part of the motion. And if council is not comfortable voting on it because there may be lack of understanding, it might be wise to withdraw the second part for now so that clarity can be worked on. But that's just something I'm putting out there. It may not be the case, but that's the sense I got from the questions.
Maybe I'll ask that to the mover, if, Councillor to Rutherford, that if she is willing to withdraw part 2 on the assisted snow program.
I'm really grappling with this because just as the same argument for point 1, just debating this at SOBA is not going to allow administration to really have a program for the 2023/2024 winter season.
Yeah.
So that's my struggle. I also am struggling to see what funding source, aside from this, like we're having to be creative in this funding source. So I'm really torn because I think whether it's withdrawn or voted on now, I don't see a path forward where it's approved in any other funding source at budget, and we lose the opportunity to have this program.
Okay, so I get the sense that we'll keep it as it is. Okay. Okay, all right, so the list that I have is to speak or more questions? Councillor Paquette to speak? Questions? Councillor Paquette? To speak. Councillor Salvador to speak or questions?
To speak.
Councillor Stevenson, speak or questions? Councillor Knack, questions or speak? Go ahead, please.
So I appreciate that this is very, we all just got this in our inbox literally 30 seconds ago, I think, from the Edmonton Seniors Coordinating Council and Home Supports. So I wanted to ask a question so that we could bring attention to it and maybe use that to inform any decision on that last point. I'm seeing that they have been listening in and that they have had their meeting. And while it was productive, they state that there was not much time to explore options. And they state it's commendable that the program being developed would like an opportunity to better understand some of the details to ensure this will meet the needs of low-income seniors with regards to snow shoveling. So I want to maybe take to Councillor Paquette's question, could we ask to just not, because if we vote down that final bullet point, it can't come back, as I've heard, versus referring
With the same funding source.
with the same funding source, but I'm okay with the funding source. So I don't want to lose that opportunity, but I also appreciate that maybe there'd be value in doing a little bit of a deeper dive specifically on that last bullet point so that it doesn't potentially. So I don't know if it's a motion to defer. I actually can't refer a part of a motion back, I think.
You can table.
Okay.
Table the part, one part?
Well, you've separated them, so now there's not 2 parts.
Okay.
There's 2 separate motions. If you want to table that till end of tomorrow, and that gives people a chance to think about it, that might give you some good old table motion, just gives everybody a chance for reflection, because we literally just added the service package 5 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Okay, are you okay with that, Councillor Rutherford? We table it, then we can bring it back tomorrow?
Yeah, and absolutely. And I mean, I'm just reading the letter from the Seniors Coordinating Council now too. So
Okay.
Again, this was debated at committee, so it's frustrating, but
Yeah.
it is what it is. So tabling is fine.
Okay, so what would the process be to table that part, Aileen?
So why don't we just deal with the first part?
Okay.
See what happens to the first one, and then the second one, we can just table it, and we can draft that motion.
So we can speak on the first part
Yeah,
only?
let's just do the first part.
Okay, all right. Any questions on first part, which is adding more resources for snow and ice?
I have asked to put myself on the list, and I do have a question. So that the 2.13 is is just for the part one of the motion? Like, I mean, there's 3 different parts to this motion, right? I've been told. Yeah, yeah. Like, I'm only ever seeing 2.
Yeah, so the way it was drafted before you asked us to combine it was that you would approve a policy exemption, and that policy exemption has 2 things.
Okay.
To approve 2 separate service packages. But when I was asked to split them, if you approve a policy exemption but don't approve a service package, then you've approved a policy exemption for no purpose. So I had to rewrite the motions to make sure that the direction was complete and had the full authority needed by administration.
Okay, now I see the second motion in our chat does say that an exemption. So there's an exemption for each one. My apologies. Thank you very much.
Motion 1, if approved, will exempt the policy and will also allocate funding spread over 3 years, one time.
Right, for the snow and ice control.
and ice
then
control.
there's a second exemption requested for the assisted snow.
So,
Okay,
yeah, which
thank you.
we at this time, we are only speaking to motion 1.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, Councillor, now to speak. Councillor Paquette.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so first I would just like to thank everyone involved in putting this together. It was a good response to hearing the news that it was going to take 22 days to clear around bus stops, which is entirely too long. That's a no-go. And it's dropped it down to 14 days, which is exponentially better, but in my opinion, still falls short of the mark. But this is what we can do with what is available right now. Last year, we had a surplus. This year, we have a deficit. And we know exactly why we have a deficit, and I won't go into that. But this is the way that municipal budgets work. We budget very close to the bone. And so in order to ensure that people are going to have access to bus stops in an equitable fashion, really the work was, where do you find the money? And this was and is the most reasonable place to find the money. Now, am I 100% comfortable with it? No. No, I'm not. But does it make sense? Yes, it does. And that's the metric I'm using here. I did consider, like, well, what if we were to pull this minimal amount that we would need for 4 to 6 to 8 weeks from FSR and then make it whole through the budgeting process. But that puts at risk that we might not actually make it whole through the budgeting process. That's the hold up there. Otherwise, I would make more sense. But as it is, because of the deficit, we're also drawing from FSR. So these are the challenges of dealing with the municipal budget. And again, the fact that we found this solution, and thank you to the movers and to the mayor's office for working on this, we've found a way forward. Having said that, I just want to say that in all the things we do, there are a few guiding principles that I use, and that is that people come first, no matter what. And if we're not serving, I don't know why I'm getting emotional right now, and I apologize. If we're not serving those who need it the most, we're not serving anyone truly, because we are a community. And it's easy to get lost in the numbers in our head, but what we have to remember is the experience on the ground. And Edmontonians have also stated loud and clear that they want people with disabilities, people with mobility challenges to be taken care of, to have a city that they can access as well. And there are a few priorities that the city of Edmonton has that aligns with what residents want, and that is core services. And we know that the two major friction points in our communities is the level of service they get from transit and the level of service they get with snow and ice control. That's it. Those are the biggest friction points we have. And if we can start moving that dial to get it right, I have zero doubt that we have the full support of our public. So to me, there's no risk here politically. There's no risk financially. The only risk that I see is that if we turn our backs to what people are saying is important, we are not serving them. And to me, what they're saying is loud and clear. Good transit, good snow and ice control. And of course, the other guiding principle I go by is, are we maximizing the level and value of service from every dollar that we can? And that is a complex question sometimes, but I think here we are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador?
I removed myself from the list.
Okay, I think Councillor Stevenson, you were on the list? Okay. Okay, anyone else to speak? Okay, Councillor Principe?
I'll take the chair.
Thank you. When I was thinking about this, moving this motion, I did send out a note to committee members. Then I also, once we crafted that motion, I sent out that to entire council members, because I just wanted to make that I was being transparent, that I am exploring options with administration around funding sources, because this is in an area that has been underfunded. This council has been making efforts. We started investing more resources in snow and ice, starting with our last 4-year budget. This is an area that has been underfunded, and starting in 2023 and building up to 2026, we will see improvements in every category of services that we provide for snow and ice, whether roadway clearing, whether it's arterial roads, whether it's active pathways, connections to transit and other areas. But when a report came to us last, I think during spring, an update, I was quite disappointed to see that there's one area that we're going to see a significant decline in the service levels, which is clearing snow from bus stops and pathways that connect to bus stops. In my mind, waiting 23 days to clear snow from a service that is so core for the movement of people in our city. Yes, if you're able-bodied person, maybe you can navigate snow, you can navigate icy roads. But if you're a disabled person, you can't do that. If you have a mobility challenges, you can't do that. If you're a young parent, struggling, carrying a stroller to get onto the bus, you can't do that. And there's also safety risks around that. So accessibility to public transit is a core value that I absolutely hold dear to my heart. So that is why I've been looking for solutions ever since then and trying to figure out what's the best way. So there are 3 ways. One is, wait for the budget and through tax levy, enhance this service. That means we would not have service this year. The second, FSR. FSR is already challenging because we don't have the capacity there. So I found that maybe we can use the LRT reserve to improve 2 core services, snow and ice, at the same time access to public transit. It is not a perfect, I get it, it is not a perfect alignment, but at the end of the day, it's a dollar that's coming from taxpayers, whether it's through property taxes, whether through FSR, whether through LRT reserve. It is a taxpayer's money. And we want to utilize that taxpayers' money for the outcomes that we want to get for them, which is to improve their experience when they move around this city, making it safer, making it accessible. And snow and ice and public transit are 2 core services, as Councillor Paquette mentioned, Edmontonians want us to focus on. Getting down to 13 days from 22 days to clear the bus stops is a significant improvement, but it is still lacking where we want to be. So there'll be more opportunities, more discussions that I will be exploring to invest more money into snow and ice, and as well as into public transit. That's why I brought this forward, and I hope that council will be able to support this. With that, anyone else to speak before I go to Councillor Rutherford to close? Councillor Rutherford?
Nothing further to add to this, to this part one.
Okay, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now, coming back to the second part.
Yeah, so we'll just give MJ a second to put up the second part of the motion, and then if it works for council, the motion on the floor could be tabled to return on the floor prior to dealing with items 10.1 and 10.5. The motion's pending, which would be tomorrow, October 25th.
Okay.
It'd be great.
Okay,
if we
who
had a
will
motion.
do that?
So moved.
So Councillor Rutherford,
Yep.
you moved, and
Councillor-
Councillor Knack seconded.
Sir, it's Councillor Rutherford's motion.
So can she table it or?
Not really.
No, not really.
Okay, never mind then.
Okay, so Councillor Knack moved it. Councillor Stevenson seconded it. Okay. Okay, please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. Thank you. That is carried. Okay, that deals with 7.6 partly. 7.7 wasn't exempted. Bylaws dealt with. Sorry.
No.
So we just told them. 8.11, 8.2, 8.3.
It's 8.6.
8.45, 8.6, yes. Exempted by Councillor Stevenson, bylaw 20581, fall 2023 general repealing bylaw. Are there any comments from administration on this? Or we can go to questions?
Yeah, I think we're happy to take any questions. I'm not sure if the city manager wanted to provide some introductory remarks.
Andre, who's on here on behalf of Andre, because Andre is meeting with Kevin on some city business. No comments? Okay, good.
Yeah, we're happy to take your questions.
Okay, go ahead, please. Questions? Yeah. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Appreciate the report. My one question just came down to the repealing of the council initiatives bylaw. Just wondering if what the implications are for existing initiatives and for potentially striking future ones. I don't mind this direction at all. It just caught me by surprise a bit.
We should have someone from the city manager's office joining shortly to speak to that item.
Maybe while we're waiting for that, I just had another question in terms of we removed the annual report from ECDC. Was that just related to the funding agreement decision we had made? Okay.
Yes, that's the relationship there. It's no longer required.
Great.
Yes, so maybe just to clarify, and I know we've worked with the city managers on this, so just basically the reason that we're recommending to appeal the council initiatives policy, it's not really by a bylaw, is that a lot of the previous work that was articulated by previous councils has now actually been embedded into a lot of administration's work, so fresh winter cities, public engagement, so these were created at a point in time. I think they were originally created, some of them under, when Mayor Mandel was a councillor, or I'm sorry, the mayor.
And so does that have specific resource implications for teams, like, yeah, that are there still teams that are the hosts of those policies, or again, as you say, have they been embedded so much that there's no sort of specific team?
To my knowledge, there used to be teams, but I know that particularly, I think I want to go back and maybe Adam will correct me, sort of June, July of 2020 during COVID, when a lot of the work at the advisory committees, decision-making bodies, and council initiatives were really wound down. Just that seems like such a long time ago. There were a lot of amendments that were made to the policy based on direction of council at the time, and there was a renewed focus. Some of those are sort of residual and they haven't been reactivated. So council initiatives under this council term have not been reactivated. And I think this was a housekeeping recommendation to clean this up.
Okay, and then again, I support the direction. I think that's fine. Does this create any challenges? Let's say a year from now, we did want to create a new council initiative. We just have to reinstate that policy?
Yep. Absolutely. So if council wants to, as it's doing with its advisory committees, if council wants to change, I'm going to call it its overall extended governance model, shutting down a policy doesn't mean you can't reactivate something in the future. It's just right now it's sort of been hanging out there, I want to say since like the fall of 2020.
Okay, and so again, just wanting to clarify that question around internal resources, does this change anyone's job?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Okay, great, thank you, that was it.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
I can,
Just hold on, from process-wise, can we actually have a motion on the floor? Councillor Stevenson, you there?
well, I'll move, I'm ready to move the 3 readings, but I know Councillor.
Yeah, we'll come to Councillor Wright for questions.
Can I read the first reading before questions, or do we need to do questions first?
Because this is a repealing bylaw, not only of bylaws, but policies and motions, it might be great to get the questions
Okay,
out
got
the
it.
floor. Otherwise, I'm not sure which of the 3 you'd want to put on the floor, but you can't do all 3 at the
Okay,
same
Councillor
time.
Wright?
Thanks for, on attachment 3, the motions to be rescinded. Whoops, what did I do with my document now? Hang on. I'm just wondering, time-wise, it says for OCM 020304 that at the September meeting, the following motion was passed for the mayor to write a letter. But then in the response or the rationale or justification, it says that the mayor issued the letter in August. So why would we be asking for a letter in September if one was issued in August? Like, so was there supposed to have been further follow-up after that September meeting?
Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to go back and remember if that was from.
Clerk, do you mind if I jump in?
Yeah, please. Thanks, Kristen.
Okay, so our understanding is that, and I don't know if there's anyone from Office of the City Manager who can confirm, but our understanding is that the letter went out in advance of that action at council, and that therefore the action was deemed already taken care of. So it wasn't that something happened before the motion. It was that there were other actions happening, and that was a part of those actions. And then looking back at the motion, it was deemed that that letter had made that motion need to be rescinded.
It's basically just the mayor's office. When the mayor on behalf of council is asked to send a letter, they typically can't just ignore that direction. So we work really closely just to make sure that all the letters have been sent. And in working with the mayor's office, they're like, the letter actually went out before the motion. The mayor had already communicated with the province seeking direction. So if you want him to send another letter.
I guess I'm just wondering, is the mayor and his office satisfied with the action that was taken? And I don't know if I can ask him that. Can I? Okay.
This is on the CS 1762, Rev. That's what you talk about, Office of the, at the May 16th City Council meeting, the mayor on behalf of City Council, letter Premier. That's which one are you referring to?
It's on attachment 3. And
Yeah,
it refers
I'm at attachment 3.
OCM 02034. It's the last item on there on page 3.
Okay. Yeah, this is what we discussed at council and yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
So
yeah.
just jump the gun
Yeah.
kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, so I will move the readings of the bylaw first and then the other two pieces. Okay, so I'll
Great,
move
thank you.
first reading of bylaw 20581.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Nag. Okay, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
I'll move,
Okay.
thank you. I'll move second reading of bylaw 20581.
Second.
So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That's carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading for bylaw 20581.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That's carried.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20581.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Yeah, you can do you can put this needs put together.
Okay, then I'll move that the city policies listed in attachment 2 of the October 24th, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 01966, be repealed and or amended as specified in attachment 2, and that the motions listed in attachment 3 of the same report be rescinded.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Just waiting for one more. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Amendment number 9, right? This is, these are the all bundled together, right? These are all one.
Yeah, they're not really
Bundled,
cross-referenced,
yeah,
but we'd
but
really love to give the
have a-
presentation on 8.7.
Okay. All right.
We're just going to call up the presentation. I'm just going to turn it over to Kristen Stollers, who's going to walk us through the presentation, please.
Thank you very much. So thank you, Council, for your time today. As Aileen has, the clerk has already mentioned, we are here today to present 9 bylaws to implement changes for the governance review of advisory committees. Next slide, please. I will just pause quickly and introduce myself, Kristen Stollers, Director of Governance and Legislative Services. I also have with me Molly Everett, one of our subject matter experts, Manager of Civic Agency Governance, and we also have Nancy Jacobson from Legal Services. Just a note that the Office of the City Clerk is the delegation for these bylaws, as we are completing the governance review work on behalf of Council. I would also like to confirm that we have heard from advisory committee chairs on these changes, and we have worked to provide their feedback in these bylaw reports. Next slide, please. Before I introduce the bylaw changes in front of Council today, I would like to just briefly go over the high-level timeline for the governance review. In April of 2021, Council passed a motion for administration to conduct a governance review of advisory and ad hoc committees. The governance review findings and recommendations were presented to Council this past June, and Council provided direction. Governance review changes are being implemented in a phased approach. Phase 1 includes governance changes to be included in the 2024 Civic Agency recruitment cycle, which launches this December. And today's bylaw reports are the start of Phase 1 implementation. The second part of Phase 1 will include the required changes to Council Policy Procedure C575D, agencies, boards, committees, and commissions, and these changes will be brought to a future City Council meeting. In 2024, administration will start to work on Phase 2. Next slide, please. So in terms of process for what we have in front of us today, there are 9 bylaw reports to start the implementation of Phase 1 of the governance review. First is bylaw 20669, which makes amendments to bylaw 18156 council committees to implement governance review changes. A note that because bylaw 18156 applies to all committees, including decision-making boards, and those decision-making boards are out of scope with the governance review, there are also amendments to exempt the Naming Committee, Edmonton Salutes, and Edmonton Combative Sports Commission from the governance review changes, and to maintain status quo for those 3 decision-making boards. There are also 8 advisory committee establishing bylaws in front of you that administration is recommending be repealed and replaced to maintain these committees and to implement governance review changes. The proposed bylaws also include updates for accuracy to reduce duplication between establishing bylaws and other governing documents. So for example, bylaw 18156 council committees, and to ensure consistency across advisory committees establishing bylaws. Each report also includes a side-by-side comparison for your reference. Next slide, please. To start with the Council Committee's bylaw, bylaw 20669 implements governance review changes as follows. It standardizes 2-year terms across all advisory committees, and in addition, the maximum term for an advisory committee member is increased from 6 years to 8 years. Longer term lengths better align with the time needed for advisory committees to develop the knowledge to effectively contribute, and will reduce the number of annual reappointments or appointment decisions. Changes also enable the appointment of alternate members. As part of recruitment, Council will be asked to approve a list of alternates where applications allow, and we'll have the authority to appoint from the alternate list in the event of a midterm vacancy. Alternate members will allow for midterm vacancies to be filled quickly and based on the same criteria as other members. Changes also include standardized non-attendance and leave of absence procedures. So this will confirm a standard process for advisory committees to request council to address members who miss 3 consecutive meetings without first obtaining approval. And finally, advisory committees will no longer have the authority to create subcommittees, and we'll just note that just on my way in my notes, I will just note that this is a change that is planned to be effective for the advisory committee's 2024-2025 work plans. So those would be expected to be presented in Q1 2024. Next slide, please. So I'll now briefly provide information on each of the 8 establishing bylaws. The first one in front of you is bylaw 20671, Accessibility Advisory Committee bylaw. And this, like all of the establishing bylaws, maintains the continuity of the advisory committee while implementing governance review changes. So bylaw 20671 repeals bylaw 17002. establishes the Accessibility Advisory Committee as a council committee, sets out its membership and mandate, and provides a transition to allow current members to continue as members. Next slide, please. And so your next bylaw is 20676, City of Edmonton Youth Council bylaw. And so the changes to this are similar to the Accessibility Advisory Committee. I won't necessarily repeat those changes there. I will just also add that in alignment with governance review direction, the advisory function and the mandate of City of Edmonton Youth Council has been removed to clarify that advisory committees have an advisory and not an advocacy function. Next slide, please. The next one is bylaw 20672. That's Community Services Advisory Board bylaw. And again, this is similar to the previous two, so I won't mention those specifics. But I will note that the existing establishing bylaw for CSAB, which is bylaw 11926, did not include a mandate or any listed functions and authority for the Community Services Advisory Board. So the new establishing bylaw does include those functions and authorities, which were developed with input from the chair and in alignment with previous terms of reference. Next slide, please. So the next one is Edmonton Design Committee 20673. Again, those changes are similar to the previously ones mentioned. I will just also add that there are amendments, or rather clauses in this one that come into force for January 1, 2024 to align with the new charter bylaws that received three readings this week. And there's also a reference to the mature neighborhood overlay has been removed again, and that's an alignment piece with the charter bylaws. Next slide, please. So the next one is bylaw 20674. That's the Edmonton Historical Board bylaw. And again, there are similarities with the other establishing bylaws. And I will just add that for this one as well, in alignment with governance review changes, the advocacy function and the mandate of Edmonton Historical Board has been removed to clarify that advisory committees have an advisory and not an advocacy function. Next slide, please. The next one is bylaw 20675, Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board bylaw. Again, these changes are similar to the previous ones. So that's the repeal, the establishing as a council committee, setting out its membership and mandate, and providing a transition. So just a reminder that those are those three continuing themes across the bylaws. Next slide, please. So the next one is bylaw 20677, Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee bylaw. And again, these are changes similar to the other ones, so I won't go through those in detail. It is those three pieces: repealing, establishing, and providing a transition. Next slide, please. And then we have, this is our last one, bylaw 20670, Women's Advisory Voice of Edmonton Committee bylaw. Again, those three changes, so repealing, establishing, and maintaining the continuity. We have also included a change for a new name, changing from Women's Advocacy Voice of Edmonton to Women's Advisory Voice in Edmonton. This is to align with the governance review direction, which is to confirm, or rather to clarify, that advisory committees have an advisory and not an advocacy function. So in addition, the advocacy function or the advocacy pieces in the mandate have been removed and clarified. There's also, I will just add a small piece in here. There's an amendment to 19870, which is the council committee's code of conduct bylaws, just to adjust that name change as well. And with that, I will close the presentation and happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Questions? We have 5 minutes. Maybe someone, or maybe we can, depending on how many questions there are. Okay, we'll just see. Councillor Wright?
Hi, thanks. I'm just wondering, can you just maybe highlight what the rationale is for removal of the subcommittees from these?
Yes, happy to do so. So just let me grab my notes. So when we did our governance review and went through our series of methodologies, one of the things we identified was that subcommittees are resource intensive and also to operate and also create some compliance challenges with the Municipal Government Act. And so that specifically relates to the fact that advisory committees are council committees. Council authorized to establish council committees under the Municipal Government Act, and subcommittees for all of the advisory committees are required to follow council committees procedures, and that's 18155. So that is part of the rationale. The other part I would just add is that one of the things that we did hear from advisory committee members is that the work of the subcommittees was not necessarily, I would say that not necessarily feeling appropriately compensated for that work, and that's because of the honoraria policy. I don't know if Molly or the clerk would have anything to add.
Yeah, I think, I mean, we're happy to recirculate the governance review work that we've done. So basically, we've had this conversation with council, but again, we're just acting on this direction. But I think at our last count, I think we're at over probably 40 subcommittees that council doesn't have direct line of sight on, nor do they appoint the members, and they're not compensated. And so it was part of our discussion, we wanted to sort of refresh council's advisory committees, and as Kristen said, this is the first phase of improvements that we would like to recommend to council, but again, happy to take council's direction.
And some of the work, I guess, of the subcommittees can be done in the public purview in their regular meetings. Is that right? Because I think that was one of the other things, is that they weren't.
The work of the subcommittee should be done in public unless there is a reason under the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act that they need to go into private, exactly the same as council.
Okay. And then I guess my one concern with the subcommittees is in relation to Community Services Advisory Board and their subcommittees that go through for the funding for FCSS grants and CIOG. Would that be, can that still be done in private then, because there are considerations for other organizations?
If they can apply a FOIP exemption, yes.
And they can still do it as a subcommittee or just the committee as a whole?
So they can do it as a committee, but just if you look at the last page of the report where we tried to capture, we have had feedback from chairs. We have had really thorough letters from the chairs, and we completely respect the opinions that they're bringing. If you want to make an amendment to this bylaw, we've actually drafted the amendment and given it to you. Our only recommendation is that if a subcommittee is going to be set up underneath a committee, one, they have to follow the Municipal Government Act. They have to be resourced appropriately by administration. They should be approved by City Council. And honestly, I think their work should be covered. I think they should be compensated for the work that they're doing on your behalf.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, we'll stop here. It's 5 o'clock. Huh? I don't know how many more questions this will generate, right? So I think it's a good idea to stop here. We will resume tomorrow. So tomorrow, just for making sure that the first item is OP.
Yeah, we're going to be in the Heritage Room. If you wouldn't mind going in camera tonight, that allows us not to set this room up in the morning, and we'll meet you all.
So moved.
Okay.
Oh, second?
Moved by Councillor Hamilton, second by Councillor Stevenson. Do we go in camera? Okay.
We're just sending the vote out now. Yeah, we're just waiting for one more vote. Yes, if everybody can bring either an iPad or a laptop to the Heritage Room with your plugs, your power cords. We're just waiting for one more vote. Yep, now it did. Yeah, we got all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you.
Okay.